For the fourth time in 2023, we welcome you to the Champions of the Future Euro Series. And it's our fourth different nation over the course of the season. We have had some amazing race battles over the course of the year. We started in Spain, we moved on to the Czech Republic, and then to Denmark. But here we are in the home of karting itself, Italy. This is the hub of where the sport operates, and on this particular circuit, one of the newer venues in the sport, it is definitely growing in traction and interest. The circuit Angelo Bergamonte, named after the famous motorcycle racer of the 1970s, this particular karting circuit is tight, narrow and technical. Tyre degradation is high, temperatures are soaring, and overtaking opportunities are few and far between. The drivers in the junior and senior OK categories are definitely stretched to their limits in this particular battle. And over the course of the last 2 days of qualifying and qualifying heats, we have seen the best 72 drivers emerge from each of these disciplines. By the time we get to the finals, there will be just 36 remaining. It is a tough and brutal competition, but that is karting at the pinnacle.
Yes, it is. Karting at its finest here in Italy. The temperature soars, and the next 6 races we're about to see are going to determine who potentially might win the championship before we go into the next round. But there is still one more round at the end of this season. We go back to Italy, to Franciacorta in northern Italy as well for the 5th and final round of the championship. But before then, it is here, round 4, Cremona in northern Italy, actually not too far away from the Franciacorta circuit in northern Italy, but certainly it is going to be an exciting weekend. Yesterday was absolutely packed full of action, and our top riders in the sessions and in the championship were actually nowhere to be seen. There's a look at the circuit itself, 1,224 metres, around 14-15 turns. Like you were saying, Jake, it's tight, it's twisty, it's technical, and it is super demanding on the drivers. Endurance is key over the course of the day because these will be the longest races these drivers will have done. Yesterday for the seniors, their races were 13 laps. For the juniors, it was 10 laps. Today it's 13 for the juniors, 16 for the seniors. In the superheats, come to the finals, it's 21 and 25 laps.
And as you mentioned, the championship contenders at the top end of the standings in both categories have actually really struggled here this weekend. It seems to be the champion of the underdog here at Cremona for the 4th round of the Champions of the Future Euro Series. The man who starts from pole position in the superheat is going to be in fantastic fashion. Alexander Bondarev, we caught up with him after his 5 from 5 delivery yesterday evening.
Well, we just spoke to you earlier on, Alexander, but we're speaking to you again because another 5 for 5 solid weekend, perfect points. I mean, how are you feeling after that?
Yeah, it feels good after the start. I drove back to P3, but I managed to get into the lead and, yeah, pull away. So, yeah, I'm very happy with the speed we have this weekend. And, yeah, I'll try to carry it on to tomorrow.
Again, like we said, tomorrow is another day, plenty to happen. Let's talk a little bit about what your plan is for tomorrow, because obviously starting on pole in the Super A, obviously your plan is to lead that race, come first and end the final and top as well. But how do you feel? Is that going to be the case? How are you feeling? Is it everything still working well?
Yeah, I feel like we have the confidence. We had the speed the whole weekend, so I think we won't have a problem with speed tomorrow. The only thing would be to manage the race and get a good pace throughout. But yeah, I think we have good confidence for tomorrow.
It will be good, won't it? Well, we'll let you rest up and get yourself ready for tomorrow. There you go. Look, breathe the sweat away. That's real athlete sweat, that is. Their athlete sweat. Mate, congratulations. Well done. 5 for 5. Solid effort.
Thank you.
Certainly was a solid effort. It takes an awful lot of hard work to come through 5 qualifying heats to win every single one of them, having taken fastest in your qualifying group as well. It's perfect so far. However, in the world of karting, it never really stays perfect for long.
It doesn't, no, and this circuit certainly has played its part in making that happen. We have seen dramas for our top drivers in through this weekend, and I think the biggest one that we saw was not coming from the junior category, but from the senior category this weekend. René Lammers, where he was having a perfect weekend. He had 2 heat wins, and then all of a sudden in his third, while he was leading, his rear bumper falls off, and then he gets the technical flag, and he's in the pit lane retiring from the race. And that, you know, that's the story of the circuit, I think. It's just been up and down for some of our best drivers.
Yeah, this particular track really does take its scalpels, and you never really know what you're going to get from it. It can really push you to the absolute limits. And it's a bit of a kart breaker, but it's also a bit of a sweat maker. It is a tough racetrack here at Cremona. All of the drivers are definitely going to be finding it exhilarating out there on the circuit. 13 laps of the course now for the OK Juniors in the Super Heats. The first of those, we'll see Alexander Bondarev on the front row of the grid alongside the Belgian talent Dries van Langendonk for the Forza Racing team. But this category in particular is where we've had the most brutal of the culls, because we had almost 100 drivers in the OK Junior category coming into this weekend, and now there are just 72 remaining, and it's going to go all the way down to 36 by the time we get to the final. These two races will basically delete the bottom 36 drivers in the rankings, but it's not done based on, well, the first 16 drivers across the finish line get through. It is done based on the points that they score in the Super Heats added to the performance that they gave yesterday. So you really do have to push yourself all the way through. It's not a knockout stage race by any means. You still have to work on the accumulated points you got yesterday. Otherwise, you would have the problem of one driver who's been winning all weekend suddenly drops out of the Super Heat and then doesn't make the final. So it's all done based on the points that have been accumulated. You still have to make it work. You still have to try and go through the motions. But at least if something does go wrong in the Super Heat, it doesn't necessarily mean your weekend is over. So let's go through the starting grid for Super Heat 1A in the OK Juniors. It is Alexander Bondarev and Dries van Langendonk, Tibor Ramekes and Stepan Antonov, Jacopo Martinez and Tiziano Monza, Mies Huben and Noah Wolf from Alfie Slater and Scott Lindblom, Kit Bolowski and Merel Beldez from Andy Consani and Noah Montero, Maria Nito and Alexander Chartier. Then Sebastian Lettemaki and Arthur Braun from Lewis Francis and Jensen Burnett, David Kozma and Boris Liesen, Kian Fardin and Jindro Pejel, Jing Hojai and Moredo Doroca from Tom Pappenburg and Travis Teo, Marcus Schilkunas and Oscar de Petto, Cara Firhand and Mark Gerstenkom from Santoro Panetta, Marie Barryberg, Gabriel Kunekan and Kosei Oguma.
Busy old grid. 18 rows, 36 karts out there, but let's talk about, like you were saying, the intermediate classifications of how and when the drivers will go up into the finals later on today when we take both of the Super Heats and put them together. At the moment, sitting in 36th in the intermediate classifications is Alp Aksoy. Just behind him in 37th is Lewis Francis for Kart Republic. He needs 5 points gained over this one to get himself up into that top 36. It's a very tense moment down there in that sort of setting. So really, throughout these races, yes, we look at the front. We also need to look at the back of the grid and see who is gaining positions, because they will make it into the finals.
Yeah, it is brutal and it is tough, and there are no second chances. This is your one shot to get yourself into the final, so everybody knows what is expected of them. Alexander Bondarev and Dries van Langendonk from the front end of the grid, and then Tibor Ramekes, Stepan Antonov, Jacopo Martinez and Tiziano Monza will give chase to the first turn. This is when things go from reasonably exciting to fever pitch. They come off the final turn in the tram lines. Lights go out straight away. We're under starter's orders. Perfect start for the inside line. Tibor Ramekes already starting to threaten Bondarev into the first corner as the inside line makes the big jump. So it's Bondarev, Ramekes, Martinez, Hubert and Slater. They absolutely charge through to the top 5. Van Langendonk finds himself languishing back in P6 as everybody works their way through. There's a little bit of argy-bargy in the middle. 1 or 2 drivers going slightly airborne, but managing to land on all 4 wheels, and with the kart still kart-shaped. So as they come through onto the back straight, it's already looking pretty exciting up the front end of the field. Bondarev under pressure from Ramekes.
Perfect start from the inside row. The outside row with Dries van Langendonk leading that one just did not get away from the start-finish line.
Technical flag on the very first lap. Marie Barryberg, the privateer from Norway, unfortunately has picked up a technical on the very first lap. So I wonder if she's either lost a side pod or a front fairing early doors.
Well, there's already karts going off here in the mid-pack section, but yeah, certainly not the way you want to start your day.
Bondarev down in 3rd.
Yeah, he's now having to gain a few positions here now. Well, Bondarev then not leading the way. Ramekes is. Certainly a good start for him. He's under pressure, though, from Martinez, who is all over that rear bumper. And again, this could be the story all the way throughout this race. The two of them on identical karts, and they will push all the way to the end of this race. But certainly it's going to be a very interesting run and change. Martinez down the inside, and he gets the lead of this race. A solid start.
They've got to be so careful, these two. They're obviously teammates and running in the same colours. So Martinez and Ramicas in the same morning. They've got to be so careful that they don't trip each other up in their quest to win the superheat. But Jacopo Martinez has got through. It looks like Martinez is not the only one to get past, because Bondarev has also got through Ramicas with a little bit of hesitation from Mies Huben. Alfie Slater's got Dries van Langendonk now alongside him as he's come through. So Van Langendonk trying to get through on the inside of Mies Huben, and he's there. That was brave from Van Langendonk. Slater cuts through on the inside line, so too does Tiziano Monza. So some big moves there. Mies Huben is left hanging out to dry.
Yeah, Kip Belowski on the outside there just manages to get in the train as well. So he's up a couple of positions in this one. He's had a good start. Train really starting to form here now as they dive down into it. And Belowski again down the inside getting the move done. I think that was on Tiziano Monza. And I think he has managed to get that one done. Mies Huben in that fray as well. Certainly it's getting very tight and very dramatic at the front here again as people try to make the moves. Change for second place as it looks like Bondarev now back up into that top spot. No, it's Ramicas who's back up into the second place spot. Now it's Van Langendonk in third place. He has recovered well, though, from that bad start and the rest of the field, and they've actually started to break away now from the rest of the field.
This is going to be interesting. You've got Monza, Slater and Belowski having a terrific battle, and Slater's gone up over the top of Monza. Oh, very unfortunate as Slater tries his luck on Tiziano Monza. The gap didn't seem to be there, and poor Tiziano Monza and Alfie Slater go out of this race on only lap 4. Big disappointment for both men.
I think Tiziano Monza's radiator will have been destroyed from that one. I saw the plumes of water kicking up in the air, so I don't think he wants to keep that one going. And no, he has pulled over at the side of the circuit and he is out of this race. Slater, though, is trying to get his kart pushed off the grass and give it a go, but he has run out of steam and he can't do it. Change, though, for the lead as Martinez holds on to it, and Ramicas was down the inside trying to get that position done. He couldn't quite do it. Van Langendonk has latched onto that rear bumper, though, and the top three are very, very close.
We've got an argument down the main straight between Andy Consani and Mies Huben. Andy Consani was not happy at all with the lack of space that Mies Huben gave him, and so he was gesticulating down the straight as Dries van Langendonk makes the move on the inside of Timo Ramicas. Ramicas is in the lead. Van Langendonk now second, so Martinez down to third. Bondarev sets the fastest lap. Fifth place is now Belowski, and then sixth is Huben, in front of Consani, I do believe. No, it's now Scott Lindblom. So Lindblom has made his way through to 7th place in front of Consani, when then Nito and Montero. Warning flag comes up for the 82, and that is obviously going to come with a 5-second penalty attached to it. So that is disastrous for one driver in the field, and that is Tiziano Monza. Now, that's a big call, actually.
Well, there we go. But, you know, I'm looking here, and I think a driver who is in trouble is actually Stepan Antonov, the driver in the 69, who is currently in 15th place. He started this one on the second row in P4, and he's second in the championship. He needs to get a wiggle on here if he wants to gain any more championship points. Remember, championship points have already been awarded for the qualifying heats that we saw yesterday. We are going to be seeing some more at the end of the super heats, and of course, crucially, the 30 championship points at the end of the final, plus the fastest lap point.
So Ramicas leads the way from Dries van Langendonk, the Belgian in the Forza Racing kart. Bondarev having worked his way past Martinez into third position. This is not disaster area for Bondarev by any means at all. Being in the top 3 will more than happily give him the pole position. Here's a replay of Slater going up and over the top of Tiziano Monza, and you can see there the water billowing out of the radiator on Monza's kart. I said to see him being given the warning flag, that's tough. That's a tough call.
Certainly, but they've got better eyes on the incident from what we do. There's a nice little change there down the inside.
Bondarev to second, so he gets the move then on Van Langendonk. And watch Martinez. Martinez's got a brilliant run on the Belgian now. He's going to try and dive in up the inside into third position. Bellissimo. Fabulous job there from Martinez to get into third place.
Yes, indeed. Nice little change. And Van Langendonk certainly is having to work hard in this race. Bondarev, though, doing exactly what he needs to do. He took the maximum points in the junior class yesterday after 5 out of 5 race wins. If we could win this one, that would certainly help his championship fight. He sits 5th in the point standings. He's about 50 points behind Lewis Werrell in the standings, and there is still plenty of points up for grabs over the course of the year. It is still doable.
Let's give some kudos to the man who is currently chasing after the quartet. in 5th position. Kit Bilovsky has suddenly this weekend turned his form around. He's really clicked with the OK Birolart now. And on the back straight, he is absolutely chasing after Ramekes, Bondarev, Martinez, Van Langendonk. This is definitely Kit Bilovsky's best weekend in the category so far, as the number 71, the Birolart red and white machine, finds himself closing down on these guys. We've got yellow flags up at turn 5, and we've got a couple of karts there having gone. It is one of the Pragas by the look of it, and also the 138 has gone. I'm afraid that is Tom Pappenborg. So it looks like Chartier and also Jing Haozhai has got off the road at the same time. So that's actually a 3-kart incident.
Yeah, that is not what you need, especially in the middle point of this race, and they have certainly had a scrap. They were all running right next to each other as well, so something tells me one went for the move and then someone got caught up in it as well on the way in. So not what you want to see, but it is what it is, and that will certainly bring an end to their superheat. We'll hopefully see them out later on today, but that's certainly going to make it very difficult for them. Stefan Antonov now with the fastest lap of the race. He is still pushing his way through the field. He is now in P14 on the recovery drive back to the front of the grid as we keep our eyes on this battle here for P3. And Langendonk still over the rear bumper of Jacopo Martinez, who is just doing exactly what he needs to do here. He's had a pretty solid weekend, has Martinez. Started this one on the 3rd row. His worst result this weekend has been a 15th. His best result was a 2nd. He qualified P8, and he sits 6th in the championship. So he's certainly doing what he needs to do this weekend to gain those championship points.
So the warning flag for the previous incident, there goes the way of Jang Haozhai. So it's unfortunately him that's deemed the one that gets the warning flag and the 5-second penalty that goes with it. Not that it changes anything, because he's out of the race. So on the far side, we have Ramekes leading the race. Bondarev in 2nd position. 3rd is Martinez. 4th is Dries Van Langendonk. And in 5th position, it is Kit Bilovsky. If the race were to end like this, then Bondarev would end on 319 points. A very respectable score. That's 319, by the way, out of a possible 325. So the only thing he wouldn't have won is this heat. Check this out between Tom Pappenborg and Alex Chartier. Chartier is fuming. Pappenborg is blameless as far as he's concerned. And 2 very unhappy campers.
Well, there you go. Again, just shows how much it means to these drivers to make it into the final. Remember, making it into a final over the course of these weekends is not an easy thing to do, and these drivers certainly showing that they have a true passion for the sport, even at a young age, and that's fantastic, you know, and that's why we always say, even when the drivers get older, they always come back to the world of karting because it is just the place where they are born as a racing driver.
We've got near on 100 drivers bidding for 36 seats, so getting into the final and the 36 remaining places in the weekend, that is a victory in and of itself. Just getting there is a massive achievement when all of these drivers that are gathered from all over the world have to bid for those spots. 2 to go. Ramekes has driven beautifully in this one out in front. No major mistakes at all for the young Belgian, as he has really mastered himself into a winning position up front. He continues to make that massive progress. This is his coming of age year, isn't it, Tibor Ramekes? He's had his moments in the past, and he's certainly looked pretty quick in his days as a cadet, in his days as a mini, and here he is as a junior, and he is definitely a major force to be reckoned with.
Yeah, he was very dominant at the start of the season this year. It's dropped a little bit off on the middle stage, but like you say, it's just one of those things, isn't it? You can have your on moments, you can have your off moments, and every driver goes through those, but he is certainly making sure that this weekend he is on top form, and he is doing just that. 1.1 seconds clear here from Bondarev, who right now has not got anything left in the bag to really retaliate here as we go on to the final lap. That gap now 1.2 seconds. Tibor Ramekes leading by quite some way.
And this is all fine and dandy as far as the Belgian is concerned. It's going to raise him to a score of 265, only about 27 points back from Dries Van Langendonk. It really gives him the chance to fight for the victory in the final later, and that's where you get the big points. So Tibor Ramekes, he has timed it to perfection this morning. He was quick in warm-up. He's very quick indeed in the race here. He doesn't need to push himself too much into a corner. He's kept it nice and tidy. His rivals Bondarev, Martinez and Van Langendonk have been well and truly squared away by the Kart Republic on this occasion, and the Belgian talent Tibor Ramekes will come off the final turn, take the checkered flag, and in fight style it's Tibor Ramekes that gets the job done ahead of Bondarev, Martinez, Van Langendonk and the young Brit Kit Bilovsky. Some brilliant racing there in the top 5, but for Tibor Ramekes, he has proven, and he is the first one to prove this week, that Bondarev can be beaten.
Oh, yes, indeed. He can be beaten. That would be the first time that Bondarev has not had a top spot, but certainly he is in good step, though, for the final later on today. He has 319 points to his name as he goes back in towards Parc Ferme. Certainly a good way to start the day. Superheat 1 done and dusted. Then, like we were saying, Ramekers from Bondarev, Martinez from Van Langendonk, Belowski, like you're saying, with that brilliant finish. Great result, 6 places gained from Scott Lindblom. Maria Neto finishing within the top 7, 8 positions gained, finishing in that P7 from Noah Wolf. David Kozma with 12 positions gained, finishes in 9th from Noah Montero, rounding out the top 10. Recovery job on its way, and it will be a bit of a time before these karts are recovered, because we had several retirements in that one. Actually quite a few. What was that, about 8 retirements? That was a very busy race.
Certainly was. Tibor Ramekers taking the win then from Alexander Bondarev, Jacopo Martinez ahead of Dries van Langendonk and Kit Belowski. Scott Lindblom, Maria Neto doing well in 7th place there in front of Noah Wolf. Then David Kozma and Noah Montero, Mies Huben and Stepan Antonov from Adi Consani, Lewis Francis and Jensen Burnett of Canada. Then it is Jendro Beschel in front of Murilo Doroca, Merel Peldes and Kian Fardin. Then Oscar Repetto and Marcus Shilkunyas. Travis Teo, the Malaysian, in front of Sebastian Letimaki of Finland. Then Mark Gerstenkom, Santana Panetta, Kosai Oguma. And then in front of Arthur Braun was Gabriel Koenegaard of Brazil. There is your race winner, Tibor Ramekers. Very cool, calm and collected. No need to get excited or celebrate just yet. That was the superheat. He puts him into a good position for the final. He can just take his credence there and get himself ready for the race this afternoon. As you mentioned earlier, a very busy race indeed. Let's go over the highlights from the OK Junior Superheat 1A. It was looking good at the start for Bondarev. However, his Kart Republic stablemates gave him plenty of action all the way through from the starting point. It was always going to be a tricky one, but when Alexander Bondarev held the lead in the early stages, he had no idea that he was going to have both Tibor Ramekers and Jacopo Martinez up the inside to take him on. Mies Huben tried to get the move done. Bondarev was quick to retaliate, got the move on Ramekers, but then there were a couple of other drivers who were making good moves through that one. Kit Belowski working himself into a decent top 5 position. Alfie Slater, unfortunately tumbling over the top of Tiziano Monza's radiator. Both drivers out of the race in that exact moment. So very unfortunate to see both drivers disappearing from the fray. But Ramekers gave as good as he got. Once he caught his teammate Martinez, he made his moves very swift and fluid. Dries van Langendonk in the battles, so too Alexander Bondarev. It was questioned between all 4 of them, but Ramekers would eventually emerge in front of Bondarev, Martinez and Dries van Langendonk, being chased down all the way by the Birolart of Kit Belowski. It was great to see the great charges and the amazing overtaking moves from our competitors. Not everybody saw eye to eye. Sadly, Tom Pappenberg and Alex Chartier falling out, both of the race and with each other. But the victory going the way of Tibor Ramekers in the first superheat. That elevates him to the top 6 for the grid for the final later.
Seniors coming up next, the first of the OK category Superheat 1. And, well, yesterday, again, was certainly a very interesting day. Luigi Coluccio, another driver with a perfect weekend. 5 for 5, pole in qualifying. We caught up with him yesterday after a dominant performance.
Mr. Coluccio, what a weekend you have had. I mean, let's talk about that. 5 out of 5 in the heat wins. Solid performance.
Yeah, it's amazing. I was not expecting, as I said in quali, to make pole and to win 5 heats out of 5, and with also many fastest lap. So I'm very happy about how this weekend is going, and I feel very good with the chassis and the engine, and I'm ready for tomorrow.
Tomorrow is another story, though. You know, you could have a perfect day in the qualifying heats, but the super heats and finals are a different story. Tyres are the main thing. How have your tyres been faring? Obviously, you've been at the front. You've not had to do much battling. Does that mean they've been well looked after, or have you already used the new ones?
I used the new ones today, as everyone, in the last heat. But my tires are good, so it's good for the super heat. And in the final, we're going to go with 4 new tires. We'll see what the final brings us.
Well, certainly it's going to be an interesting one, isn't it, tomorrow? Hopefully the weather is a little bit cooler than what it is today, because like we were saying, you asked the question, do I have to put my suit on? No, it's too hot, and it is too hot, mate. Well, congratulations, well done, 5 for 5. We'll see you out there tomorrow. Enjoy a nice rest and cool yourself down. Well done.
Hope to see you tomorrow.
Yes, yeah, let's hope so.
Well, of course, if he does see us today, then he's obviously done an incredibly good job and got himself onto the rostrum. It would be very cool to see Luigi Coluccio there. Doesn't matter whether he's racing in karting or whether he's continuing his program in the Italian GT Championship, racing a Ferrari, which he does in between his karting races. That's not bad going. He always brings the passion, he always brings the flavour, and he always brings his competitive fighting spirit. It's going to be really interesting to see what he does, though, on the front row of the grid in his Tony Kart, alongside Sebastiano Pavan, the new kid on the block in the Tony Kart factory outfit. It's going to be fascinating to see what they do when they go wheel to wheel. So Coluccio and Pavan on the front row of the grid, then René Lammers and Leo Nilsson, Nathan Ty and David Walter from Dmitry Matveev and Anatoly Kavalkin, Kirill Kutskov and Xavier Avramides from Finn McLaughlin and Jan Petrovsky, Alexander Bogunovic and Ian Eichmans, Gazi Motlakar and Teresa Babichkova from Lucas Sabalisto and Len Nige, then Matthias Morgato and Jakob Kamenik, Emily Koivisto and Clement Utran from Guy Albag and Gustav Wisniewski, Mark Kastelic, Petra Babichkova, Nacho Tunion, Max Popov, Marty Rittinen, Dimitro Moravchik, Ryan Vincent, Will Go, Preston Lambert, Ronnie Stefani, Andrea Dupe and Zoe Fledescu.
Busy old grid again in this one, and well, it's certainly going to be an interesting one at the front of the grid. Cast your mind back to the start of the first of the superheats and what happened to that inside row. Lightning start. The top 5 on that inside row broke away from the rest of the field. The outside row didn't work at all, and that will be a question mark looming over Sebastiano Pavan's head here. Can he get a good start from that outside row? I'm sure Leo Nilsson and David Walter will enjoy the fact that they would have that chance. But can we also look here as well? The top 6 in the first of the superheats in this one, only one of the drivers is in the top 10, and that's Nathan Ty, who sits on the 3rd row of the grid.
Karting royalty is in town. Tukka Tarpanen, the former world champion, in conversation with Simo Pohaka on the top of the Tony Kart awning. Always nice to see that you can take the karter out of karting, but you can never take karting out of the karter.
No, not at all. It's certainly a good weekend to see everyone here. This is going to be a false start if I've ever seen one.
Absolutely it is. No chance at all. Not in a billion years was that a good start. Unfortunately, Coluccio, it's happened a lot with him this weekend.
I say he's an eager beaver to just get going, isn't he? But can you blame him? He's a quick driver. He's quick on the formation laps as well. Yeah, certainly that was a clear-cut false start. None of the back of the grid were in formation. I think even our race director Martin Bean was on the starting gantry with his hands up in the air going, what was that?
Absolutely. He's already told these guys time and time again how the starts work. And yeah, a little bit of I don't know whether it's just early morning heat haze or a tiny bit of lack of concentration, whatever it was. False start. Always very busy indeed at the side of the racetracks. That is the mechanics in their gantry just by the exit of the pit lane.
If I've ever wanted to be on a fly on a wall, it will be in that spot there. There's a look at that start.
Not even close.
No one even in formation. Look, the car's still coming around the final corner in single file.
Yeah,
so, yeah, very eager on the throttle there. Bring it down, lads. Bring it down.
But I tell you what, I have once or twice been a fly on the wall during those mechanics gantries, certainly in practice sessions in the past. And yeah, you do get some very interesting conversations.
We certainly couldn't have a live mic.
No, we really couldn't.
No, we really could not have a live mic put there.
Not even close to a possibility. So, Coluccio and Pavan, the Tony Kart teammates on the front row of the grid. It's another fast start, but it is okay. We go racing. Up to the first corner for Coluccio. Pavan trying to go right round the outside. No way Pavan trying that, but he does have to back out. And that's going to give René Lammers the move on the inside line in a second. We've got 2 karts off the road in the wall further back. That is the treble 2 of Nacho Tunion, the DBK racing kart. And there's another in there. It's one of the Forzas. I think that's one of the Babichkova sisters. I think that's got to be Petra.
I think it is. It's a pink helmet that is walking out of the kart and towards us. So, yeah, I think Petra Babichkova out of this race. Not what she'll have wanted to see. Can confirm, and Nacho Tunion also involved in that one. So those 2 drivers out of the race and the first lap.
Very unfortunate to see. Well, Tunion's got going again, so he will be at the back of the field, but Petra Babichkova has not. Up the inside, big lunge from the Koski, up alongside Nathan Ty, who has to kick up the dust. David Walter clearly not doing things by halves, and that's allowed the Irishman, Finn McLaughlin, to dive through on the inside line as well. So it's Coluccio, Pavan, Lammers, Walter, McLaughlin, Ty, and then Kutskov in front of Dmitry Matveev and Anatoly Kavalkin.
This is a nice start here from the entire grid, and, well, it's been a good fight for Luigi Coluccio, who has driven away. Pavan, though, is under pressure here from Lammers. The battle for second place is heating up. David Walter, though, he has had a good start to his race. David Walter has certainly been one to keep an eye on. Qualified 30th. He has certainly shot through the field over the course of the weekend. He has had some good results, decent results. His best result yesterday was a P2. He'll want to replicate that today, or maybe even better it.
Kutskov and Kavalkin both managing to get the moves there on Nathan Ty. Let's have a look at the start again. Look at Pavan. He goes right round the outside of Coluccio. How brave is that on the opening lap? It doesn't work. Lammers is able to tuck in on the inside. We've got one kart going off into the distance there. That's one of the Kart Republics of Popov. And then just in front of him, bang. Babichkova's gone into the wall. And so too, unfortunately, has Nachatunian gone off the road. He wasn't the only one going off on the first lap. That's another Kart Republic. They really struggled. The 257 of Len Nige dropping off the field. And here's Walter, very nearly edging Nathan Ty off the road.
Yeah, so much dust getting kicked up off the circuit, and that is going to play havoc with the drivers. And you saw there, when you saw Len Nige going for the overtake, yes, nice little overtake there, all the dust that kicked off. Lammers now into second place, nice little jump, and now he's going to have a difficult moment here with David Walter, who clouts the curb to try and get that car down the inside. Here comes McLaughlin, though, taking full advantage of that, tucks in behind, doesn't go for the move. Certainly a very interesting race so far.
A very smart move there from Finn McLaughlin, because he thought, you know what, this is marginal as to whether I can send this up the inside of turn one. It's a long race. I'm going to wait and pick my moment, which he's just done, to get through up the inside of David Walter into fourth position a little further round. So he went, you know what, you have the corner, I'll have the position later. And that's very nicely handled there by the young Irishman, Finn McLaughlin. Out in front, it's still Coluccio. Lammers now to second. Now that he's got past Sebastiano Pavan, watch Lammers reel in Coluccio. This is going to be a great fight.
Let's see those sector times start to come down then, as David Walter again just fighting with McLaughlin, and who is catching up just behind them? That is the DPK of Kirill Kutskov getting involved in the fray. And right now it's becoming very, very interesting, and a tense moment as well, because right now these are all very quick drivers and they're all pushing very hard, and sometimes that can end in tears.
Do you know what? I'm going to make a bold claim heading into the final. Looking at the pace that we've seen from Walter since qualifying, David Walter has actually got a really solid pace underneath him on that Koski Tony car. He's looking really rapid, and I have to say, of all of the drivers in the mix, I actually think that David Walter could be one of the wild cards in this one to charge the established guard. Yes, Coluccio's won everything, but Lammers has not really had a fair fight against him yet. And look, now he is going after Coluccio. Lammers is eating up the road big time. But for me, the danger man is actually David Walter. Fourth position in the Koski. He had a horrible qualifying, but the way he's carved his way through the field and now come back to the front, he's looking like he's only going to be about 7th or 8th on the starting grid for the final. But that's more than good enough to win the final.
Oh, very much so. Right now, we need to turn our attention to those top two, because Rene Lammers' fastest lap of the race has closed that gap to the race lead, and they are line astern going through the turn 8 hairpin. Very, very close. And if Lammers is ever going to go for a move, it'll be sooner rather than later, because he just wants to open up that gap to protect anything. He needs interest from this overtake. He needs to get it done and pull out a lead. But, well, Coluccio is certainly not going to let that happen. He wants a perfect weekend, and so far he has got a perfect weekend with 325 points if the race was to finish in this result. But Lammers is certainly going to make it difficult for him.
Well, Lammers is one of those drivers that will not take a second chance. He'll just go for it on the first attempt. And obviously, overhauling Coluccio would not only give him the psychological edge, but it would certainly close him up in terms of the points rankings. I don't think he can beat Coluccio to the pole position, even if he beats him on the road, but he'll certainly showcase what he's capable of in the final later. So Lammers absolutely wants to go for this, right in behind Luigi Coluccio. Third is still Sebastiano Pavan. Then Walter, McLaughlin, Kutskov, Kavalkin, Petrovsky, Matveev and Bagunovic. Watch for Lammers. This might be the moment. He's not quite close enough yet. Could have made the slingshot there through the S's. It's quite a decent overtaking chance, but Coluccio is starting to open up the taps a little bit now. Lammers set the fastest lap the last time by, a 48.547. Now Coluccio responds.
Yeah, he has responded, and that gap's open now to 0.3 of a second. I think it's just a quick check over the shoulder and saw that, oh, you weren't there a few moments ago. Right, I best put my foot down a little bit more now and see what we can do, as there it is, confirmation of that fastest lap, 48.446. from Coluccio in the lead of this one. I want to have a look a little further down at some of the bigger movers. Zoe Florescu has gained 12 positions, is up into P24. Andrea Duke with 10 positions gained. Mark Kaselic also 10 positions gained. He's up into P15.
Yeah, I had a conversation with Zoe Florescu yesterday after an incident that had occurred with Matthias Morgato. The way she was talking yesterday, you would have thought that fire would melt if it would go anywhere near her. She was absolutely enraged, and she said, tomorrow I am getting into that final, come hell or high water. And she is absolutely charging to do so now. 12 places gained, more than any other driver in the field. She knows she's got great equipment underneath her, and she is doing a grand job up to 23rd. All it takes is the right amount of drivers to make their way down the order. She's going to throw everything she can at it, is Zoe Florescu. Good for her, as she continues to fly through this field. She's absolutely carving her way. Now, third position, Pavan, under pressure from David Walter. I seriously think the Dane is going to be a threat in the final. The way he has been charging forward, do not count him out. The Koski driver absolutely has the steel and the metal to make this work in his favour. So he's absolutely going to be one to watch in the final later. But Lammers all over the back of Coluccio. Walter, here's how he got his opportunity on Pavan. That's how brave he's willing to be. Airborne, and yet still finding that kart perfectly quick at the moment. It didn't do him any damage. It held him up a little bit, but other than that, he is still stretching. Look at this from Lammers. He's all over Coluccio. He could well slingshot this into the hairpin at the end of the straight. Thinks better of it, but this move is imminent.
Despite the fact that Coluccio set the fastest lap on that last lap, they were borderline identical in terms of times, and Lammers is just snaking his way through this one and is just dancing with Coluccio here. Absolute symmetry between the two of them in this superheat. Back onto the start-finish straight they go. There is only a few more laps to go in this race. It is certainly going to be a fight for the win, but like you were saying, it is only the superheat. The final is later on today, and these two, I reckon, are going to go tooth and nail.
Lammers is hustling Coluccio. He's not trying to go for the overtake at any point, is he? He's just sitting right behind his exhaust and essentially just trying to back Coluccio into a corner, trying to keep him under wraps. Now he's going to go for it into the hairpin, and René Lammers, the Dutchman, flies through into the lead past Luigi Coluccio. That is the first time that anybody has overtaken Luigi Coluccio this weekend, I do believe.
Yeah, that is a solid effort. And once again, our perfect drivers who were in the heats yesterday are not struggling in the finals, but they're just not at the top end. I think the drivers who were sick and tired of seeing them winning every single heat thought, right, we need to turn it up tomorrow, and they have.
They absolutely want to take it on, don't they? Enough of this dominant thing. It's boring. We don't want it anymore. And René Lammers has cut through and made sure that it will not be the dominant march to victory for Luigi Coluccio. Coluccio and Pavan still have good pace, though. They are there in second and third, and they are still going to start ahead of René Lammers on the grid for the final. But now they know that the Paralympic driver from the Netherlands is going to be a super threat. Out of nowhere, Andrea Dupe comes up with the fastest lap of the race. A 48.1 for the Frenchman. I'm not quite sure where that came from, but certainly Andrea Dupe, who's made up 14 places. The team, of course, refer to him as Super Dupe, but he is doing a grand job working his way through the field. Check out the battle in the midfield. Nathan Ty trying to hang on in front of Piotrowski and Ian Eichmans in the Leclerc by Lennox machine, who is also trying to work his way forward in front of Koivisto and Teresa Babichkova, who, of course, during the course of last season was racing in both W Series and Formula Regional Europe. So Teresa Babichkova came back to karting, is very, very happy here and loves the competition and the fast nature of racing. It doesn't get much more intense than this.
It really doesn't. Here we go, going on to the last few laps in this one now. And now Lammers has got that lead, has just now started to drive away, certainly what he's wanted to do here. And I've got to say, is Sebastiano Pavan started to close in on Coluccio now in these last few stages? I reckon he is, because look at that gap now. They says it's around 0.6 of a second. I think it's just a little bit less. It looks okay to me. In fact, actually, it says that Coluccio's just pulled away there. That might just be the concertina effect that's tricking me just that little bit as they go through the snail section of the circuit, because it is so tight and twisty through there that it does look like the field is a lot closer than actually it is.
So René Lammers now bounces back with the fastest lap, a 47.8, just to demonstrate what could be coming in the final. And the Dutchman absolutely opening up the taps. Don't forget, he could easily be the man in pole position had it not been for his rear bumper coming loose and getting a technical flag. David Walter having another crack at Sebastiano Pavan for third position. It's almost as if he's just giving his tyres a little bit of a breather over the last 3 or 4 laps. And now he wants to take on Pavan when the Italian is a little bit more vulnerable. Over the line, 2 to go. Lammers, Coluccio, Pavan, Walter, Kutskov, McLaughlin. A very competitive field of drivers here. The top 10 covered by less than 7.5 seconds in terms of distance. That shows you how competitive it really is in this sport. But still, Lammers from Coluccio and Pavan. What can David Walter do in the closing stages?
Yeah, exactly that. There is still a couple of laps left in this one, but Coluccio is doing everything he needs to be matching on the points with Alexander Bonarev in the junior category. Both of them will have 319 points. Obviously, that doesn't mean anything between themselves. They won't be racing against each other, but certainly they have had good weekends matching with those points. But right now, Coluccio just doing what he needs to do. Pavan still there in third place from David Walter. And the top 4 now seem to be in a nice, cool situation. Kutskov is just sitting there now as we go on to the final lap. Lammers has done everything he needed to do for this one. And his weekend has been decent. He's had 3 race wins. He had a 6th. He did have that retirement, though, in his third heat with that rear bumper coming off. But certainly it has been a good one. He qualified at 3rd. He sits 11th in the championship. So he's certainly not within a touching distance of the title fight, but he certainly is a driver who deserves to be in the top fight of the championship.
So René Lammers will hold on to the lead in Superheat 1, just as we saw in the juniors. The pole position does not convert to victory. This time, René Lammers digs deep, finds something special, and comes through to take the victory. Great run from René Lammers. He wins in the Paralympic, ahead of the 2 Tony Karts of Luigi Coluccio and Sebastiano Pavan. 2nd and 3rd for them. David Walter, brilliant in 4th position, and every chance that he could go for the final, in my opinion. Kutskov, McLaughlin, Kavalkin, Matveev, Tai and Bogdanovic. Great racing to the flag. Only 1 retirement, and that was Petra Babičková. What a battle this is going to be later.
Certainly is. Stay tuned for that one. The finals getting ready later on today. They'll be kickstarting at 12:30 with the junior final, but don't go anywhere. There are still 2 more super heats to go. The second of the OK Juniors. And then, of course, we round out the super heats with the final OK group. There, though, on your screen, René Lammers, after 16 laps of racing for Paralympic, takes the Superheat 1 win after a very emotional day yesterday. After he tried to get at that perfect weekend with that bumper falling off. He certainly was in a different mood then when he was on this same part of the track. But certainly the weather is getting interesting now as the temperature still continues to rise here. Let's have a look at the classifications at the end of that one. René Lammers takes it from Coluccio from Pavan, Walter from Kutskov, from McLaughlin, Kavalkin and Matveev. Then Tai, Bogdanovic and Eichmanns round out the top 11. Good drive there from Ian Eichmanns. Emily Kovisto and Mark Kastelic, Jan Petrowski and Teresa Babičková rounding out the top 15 for the Forza Motorsport team. Matheus Morgado, though, the Brazilian, 3 positions gained. He finishes in the top 16 from Gustafsson, Nilsson from Motlaka. Then it's Nige, Dupe, then Popov. Florescu finishes in 23rd place, 13 positions gained from Tere Dupe's 14 positions gained from Avramidis. Guy Albag from Clement Utron. Then it's Samalisto, Murasacek and William Go, Kamenik, Rittinen, and then Vincent Lambert, Stefani, Tunyon, and the 1 retirement, Petra Babičková, unfortunately, currently being recovered from the circuit.
A fabulous battle then in the first superheat. Sebastiano Pavan almost going right round the outside of his teammate Luigi Coluccio to take the lead. That shows how brave he's prepared to be. The first lap definitely had its scalps. A couple of the drivers drifting off the road. Max Popov not quite making it to the first corner without incident. Petra Babičková tangling with Nasha Tunyon. The former retiring, the latter rejoining at the back. And then there were problems as well for another of the Kart Republics drifting off the road at the end of the lap. The 2:57 on the first lap. Len Nige. How on earth he managed to recover and get himself back into position is very impressive. David Walter, though, was absolutely up for the scrap. Elbows out, charging forward. He is absolutely going to be a threat for the final later, in my opinion.
He certainly will. And it was a brilliant race all the way throughout. That was the moment there that Lammers got into 2nd place, and a nice little cheeky dive down the inside. David Walter clouting the curbs, nearly having a big moment to himself. That gave a glimmer of hope to Finn McLaughlin, who tried to go down the inside through turn number 1. he would have to fight back later on as he got it through turns number 3 and 4. Everwater would instantly then get it back on the same lap a little bit later on, and those two scrapped all the way, and that allowed Krokotskov to get the move done as well. There was the change for the lead, and René Lammers down the inside would then take the race win at the end of Superheat 1, and a solid result for him. He looks good for the final later on today.
Straight in we go for the OK Junior Superheat then, and this man, the Austrian Mouse, they call him, of the DPK racing team, Niklas Schaufler, fastest in time qualifying, and he is definitely going to be one to watch over the course of today. We caught up with him at the end of a fabulous Friday.
Niklas Schaufler, you win that race. Nice chunk of points. You lead the intermediate classification, but there's one more junior race to go, and we were talking about that one, weren't we? Now, what would it mean for you if you could start on pole for the Superheats tomorrow?
So I could start on pole, for example, if I don't hope so, but that both crash or something. I don't know how to tell, but I think if they finish both below 6th or 7th, that I'm gonna be on pole. But let's see how it will be. And
lots will happen, though, in that race. Hopefully not. The fingers crossed that doesn't happen. But yes, certainly it's very close out there. Even if you do, let's say, start 3rd or finish 3rd overall in the points classifications, it means that you would start on the front row. You would be 2nd on the front row. So you'd still be on the front row.
yeah, still be on the front row in Superheat A.
Yes.
But depends on the last heat, how everything will be. And tomorrow I'm gonna give my best to start in the final in the front, and then it depends just on me.
We'll see how it goes on. Well done for today. That was kind of active both thinking about how the point system works. They're very interesting. Well, thank you very much, Niklas Schaufler. Congratulations with racing today. We'll see you out there tomorrow.
Thank you.
A fabulous young contender. Niklas Schaufler, one of the smallest and lightest drivers in the field, but he certainly has the strength and the commitment and dedication to match his junior rivals out there. He'll go up on the front row of the grid alongside the Spaniard Christian Costoya, and it'll be fascinating to see how this one plays out. So Schaufler and Costoya are on the front row, Tame Soleil and Arjen Kleiling on the second, then Salim Hanna and Filippo Sala from Lewis Werrell and Oliver Kinmark, Jack Iliff and Lev Krutilov, Zach Drummond a long way down and Davide Bottaro, Ludo Busso and Kirill Ditiev, Vivek Kanthan and Matt Corby, Luca Horton and Alp Aksoy, and then Matthias Orhuela alongside Zhao Yushun, Hugo Marti and Luna Flusha from Gerasim Skudanov and Jared Clark, Chiara Batig and Sasha Van Bosch, Alphonse Mietanen and Wojciech Voda, Bene Gaspar, Sebastian Mins, Vassia Apostolidis, Luis Castellini, Lorenzo Campos, Ethan Lennon, Henry Domain, and Mile Lemarchand. 36 drivers remaining in the junior category. There will only be 36 total out of the 72 that got up this morning.
I think the biggest story from the junior category will have to come from the 4th row of this grid. Lewis Werrell, your championship leader, has struggled this weekend. He only gained 2 championship points at the end of the qualifying heats here, so he has certainly struggled.
It's not been the easiest of weekends for Lewis Werrell, but if you're going to have one hiccup over the course of the season, then you may as well do it when you've got a little bit of leeway in terms of the championship points. He did have a reasonable gap coming into this one, so if you're going to have a hiccup, at least do it when you've got a little bit in reserve to play with. So when they head to Franciacorta, he could still well be leading the championship by the time we get there. So this isn't the end of the world for Lewis Werrell by any stretch. And considering what he's actually done with what he's been given, he's actually made good hay. So it's not all doom and gloom in the Forza Racing camp by any stretch. Now, we are getting ourselves ready in the tram lines. Think this could be a good start, and it is straight away up to the first corner. Tame Soleil following in behind the race leader Niklas Schaufler up to the inside line. Costoya trying to keep 3rd position as he goes round the outside of Salim Hanna. Is everybody going to get through turn 2? Yes, they do. But up into the first big braking zone, we're making sure that everybody gets through. A little bit of a run wide from one of the Formula Ks down at the back end of the grid. I think that might have been Bennett Gaspar, who drops to the back of the grid, keeps going. But unfortunately, the Hungarian has now lost ground. So now it's all going to be about who manages to work their way forward on the first lap. But I have to say, fair play to the juniors. They have all kept it on the black stuff.
Yeah, it's a very clean start here from the Junior Superheat 2. Here, this is a nice start to their race. Schaufler, though, with the lead. He loses it straight away, though, as down the inside, Tame Soleil takes the lead of this one, and we spoke to Tame Soleil over the course of yesterday. Very happy driver, and he was certainly pleased to be at the front of the grid, and right now he is doing exactly what he needs to do this time around as they continue to scrap further back behind the field. Filippo Sala getting involved in that battle, and I think Christian Costor is one of them as well.
Yeah, Castoya through to third, Sala through to fourth, down to fifth position goes the Colombian Salim Hernandez, and now it's going to be Luis Werrell charging his way forward into P6 as he tries to make his moves down onto the back straight. And Tame Soleil, the German talent, who we saw have an incident in one of the races yesterday, but other than that has been pretty much top three all the way, is looking very fast indeed. And that is a retirement. It's one of the Forzas off at the turn 2 barrier. That is Luca Horton, the Bahraini. Very unfortunate for Luca Horton, having only just joined the Forza racing team, certainly looking a lot faster and a lot more motivated, but it hasn't quite worked out. As up the inside, there is the overtaking move from the 88 of Salim Hanna. He gets up into fourth position now because Castoya has got through. So too has Sala, so too has Hanna on Nicolas Schaufler, all the way down to P5.
I am loving Tame Soleil here. He is just driving away from the rest of the field. Look at the gap he's got already, 0.8 of a second. He has certainly got some waft, and there's a big off at the second hairpin, and 2 carts off the track. And that was further down the order of the 2 drivers. I'm thinking it could have been Ethan Lennon, one of them.
Gaspar again.
Yep. Bennett Gasper, the other driver. And, well, both of them out of this race. It has not been a good one for both of these drivers. Ethan Lennon has been involved in a couple of incidents here, hasn't he?
Yeah, in terms of his pace, you have to say Ethan Lennon should be an easy march through to the final, but his luck has not been on his side. So very unfortunate for the South African. Up to the first corner. Soleil, Castoya, Sala, Schaufler, Hanna and Drummond, who has now managed to get past Luis Werrell. So the 2 Brits have been dueling away. The Scotsman and the Englishman, Drummond and Werrell. B6 and B7, up on the inside. Nicolas Schaufler trying to get the move done on Filippo Sala. Luis Werrell has got up this morning on the right side of the bed. He was a team player again this morning when his teammate Dries van Langendonk was getting ready for the warm-up. Who was there to assist him? Luis Werrell. He was helping him get the tyres sorted out. As up the inside of Nicolas Schaufler, he's really struggling at the moment. Zach Drummond has worked his way through. And now Luis Werrell looking like he could do the same thing up the inside. He has a go, but he's got pressure of his own from the American, Jack Iliff, who now assists Oliver Kinmark in getting through on Luis Werrell as well.
Yep, nice little chopping and changing all the way through that field, but they certainly get it sorted out. This is getting interesting here. Christian Castoya has closed the gap on Tame Soleil. That gap was nearly a second, and Castoya has been absolutely flying out there. His sector times consistently faster across the board in all 3 sectors. And Christian Castoya here, the Spaniard, looking very, very strong as he's latching onto that back bumper. There is Salim Hanna, who has also had a relatively decent weekend. His last race of the day wasn't the greatest. His qualifying wasn't great either. He qualified 25th, but over the course of the heats has certainly had a good start. There's your pole sitter in this one, Nicolas Schaufler, as he dives down the inside of Zach Drummond, and he gets that move done. He is on a charge back through this field. He has certainly not had a good start to his super heat, but it seems to be going okay now.
Hanna having to defend there from Filippo Sala, having worked his way through into 3rd position. All of this shuffling of the deck has allowed the top 2, Soleil and Castoya, to disappear up front. So now Sala trying to hold on from Nicolas Schaufler, but Schaufler is very smooth and consistent around this place. Sala again protects the inside line in the Sodi car. Watch out for Drummond and Iliff behind. Kinmark is there in 8th place. Then Werrell, then Busso, then Kraling, who has really struggled. He's there in 12th position now in front of Kirill Titiev. Luca Horton out of the race and getting a warning flag. That's adding insult to injury, really. As up the inside, there goes the moves and battles as Iliff takes to the grass, with Schaufler having got through on Sala. And Jack Iliff there on the grass, and here comes Kinmark diving up on the inside of Drummond, not leaving a lot of room for negotiation. And so Oliver Kinmark, with that Nelson Piquet Jr.-esque helmet of his, doing a fantastic job as he runs through. So Kinmark now closing up on Filippo Sala in front.
Yep, again, nice changes as drivers sort it out back with the front 2 here, and it's still a close fight. Castoya not able to get the move done just yet. It's still there in 2nd place. Ethan Lennon, who was also out of the race, also receiving a 5-second time penalty with that warning flag. And again, another bit of insult to injury there, but it is what it is. Castoya, though, still on that back bumper as these two, again, just fighting their way around these laps. They're looking very, very quick and committed. But now that Castoya has latched onto that back bumper, he's kind of matched the pace here of Tame Soleil. And now he sends it down the inside through turn number 12. Nicely done. And instantly, Tame Soleil will try and latch onto the back of him now and try and hold on to second place and maybe even fight back for the race lead. Slipstream kicks in. He is absolutely on his rear bumper going through turn 1. He might go for a move here in towards turn 2 if he's close enough. No, thinks against it, stays behind.
So Christian Castoya holding on to the lead of the race, having just taken it from the German Tame Soleil. They work their way through the S's. And the Spanish driver in the Paralin, still going very strong indeed. Nicolas Schaufler, the man who started this superheat from pole position again, only P4. So none of the drivers that start the superheats from the front of the grid are able to sustain it on Saturday morning. So let's see how Christian Castoya deals with the pressure of having Tame Soleil all over the back of him at this stage. If it were to end like this, then Schaufler would be matching Dries van Langendonk for points. So it's still looking reasonably good for Schaufler to be on the front row of the starting grid. Let's have a look at Schaufler as he duels behind Sala. What are we about to see here? Sala really struggling to control the kart. More than once, actually. He is really soaring away at the wheel.
Well, there was a fraction of a touch there from Schaufler. Only a fraction, not enough to really do much, but certainly enough to just slightly unsettle the kart of Filippo Sala. And there you're seeing the movement of the wheel, but certainly he kept control of it, only losing a couple of positions. Now a warning flag is being prepared, and it is going for the number 35. That's Henry Domain, who currently sits in 28th place, who has gained 7 positions in this race. His first weekend with the Energy Course team. Unfortunately, his superheat is going to end up with a 5-second time penalty.
We've had 2 more retirements, I'm afraid. The Sodi kart of Jarrett Clark, along with the DPK racing machine of Chiara Batigue, and it looks as though Lorenzo Campos is now getting a warning flag, and the 5 seconds penalty that goes with that, which cannot be contested or appealed in Champions of the Future. If you get a warning flag, you get a 5-second penalty. Simple as that. So, up to the front, the leaders continue their squabble. Castoya in front of Tame Soleil. Hanar is hanging on in 3rd position, but the man who's really challenging him now appears to be still Schaufler, but then behind him, you've got Sala and Kinmark having a really decent battle. Oliver Kinmark really is pushing it now to try and work his way forward. So it's 2x2 hurrah up at the front end of the field. Schaufler having a dig to go through on the inside of Salim Hanar, but they have definitely stretched away from the rest of the trade. And Filippo Sala in 5th position ahead of Kinmark, Eilif, Drummond, Ditiev, Orjuela, and Lewis Werrell struggling in 11th in front of Kraling and Vivek Kanthan.
Only a couple of laps left to go in this superheat. The second of the juniors. We will determine who will be starting on the front row, and right now, with Nicolas Schaufler being in that position on his recovery drive, he is there in P4. He would start on the front row alongside Bondarev. He is joint on points with Dries van Langendonk because he out-qualified him, though, on Friday. Actually, no, tell a lie, Thursday. He will start on that front row. Sala with the move, and he's back through and into that top spot.
Kinmark is not happy with Sala's defensive tactics here. Kinmark is trying to make the way through. Look, Sala is just driving that kart as wide as possible in the hope that he can stay in front, but they are just absolutely savaging each other in the apex, and that's why, because there goes Jack Eilif diving up the inside of Kinmark, and the floodgates are going to open here if they're not careful, because you've still got Drummond and Ditiev on the back burner as well. Kinmark fuming with Filippo Sala, just holding station and backing the pack in. And in fact, Kinmark has lost out to both Drummond and Ditiev now. So that's how critical it is to make the move. Schaufler, meanwhile, has made the move into 3rd position, disappearing in front of Salim Hanar, setting fastest laps, and definitely starting to stretch away.
Yeah, he will not be able to beat anything of Bondarev's score. He is still about 20-odd points behind in the intermediate classification, so Schaufler will only start from that front row for 2nd place, not the pole position spot. Right here, though, it's still looking interesting. Tame Soleil has not dropped off the back of Castoya. Those two are still very, very close as we go on to the final lap of the race. But I think Castoya has got full control of this one. His gap is around 0.3 of a second. Like I say, he's not driven away, but he's certainly got a nice little buffer there for him.
So what we're going to get if it finishes like this, as Wojciech Woda sets the fastest lap of the race on the penultimate lap, what it's going to end like is going to be Bondarev on Schaufler on the front row of the grid, then Van Langendonk and Castoya on the 2nd, and Ramekes and Soleil on the 3rd, ahead of Martinez and Hanna. This is going to be a terrific grid for the final. But Christian Castoya has really delivered when needed. The Paralympic team were hoping he could bring something nice and special to the party here this morning. He's looked fast, but he's never quite been able to convert it into the results he wants until this morning. And now he will start the final from fourth. Christian Castoya picks up the Superheat B. A very important one and a very crucial victory ahead of Tame Soleil, Nicolas Schaufler and Salim Hanna. Now we know that it's going to be Bondarev and Schaufler on the front row of the final grid, Van Langendonk and Castoya, Ramekers and Soleil. And as far as I'm concerned, any one of those 6 could win the final and deserve to.
Very much so. Yeah, that is going to be an interesting final. You can check that one out. That is the first final. We will see it later on today at 12:30. So make sure your alarms are set for that race. And remember, the podium ceremony that happens beforehand as well. So will be very interesting. But your winner after 13 laps, there he is on your screen, the number 51 for Paralympic Motorsport, Christian Castoya, a Spaniard, certainly dominating here in Italy. He had a brilliant day yesterday. 2 wins. His worst result was a 7th. Now his best result is a win in the Superheat 2. The recovery effort now begins to collect the karts that retired from the race, but now we see the drivers' results on your screen. Castoya, Soleil from Schaufler, Salim Hanna, Filippo Sala and Jack Eiliff, Zach Drummond and Oliver Kinmark from Kilditiev, and Mateus Orjuela rounding out the top 10, Lewis Werrell and Vivek Canthan, Arjun Kraling and Matt Corby, with Lev Krutulov rounding out the top 15.
16th was Ludovico Busso in the Ward Racing Machine, then Hugo Marti and Davide Bottaro from Gerizim Skudanov and Alpak Soy, Wojciech Woda, Sasha Van Podbosch, Sun Zhao Yu and Vasily Apostolidis in front of Marlon Marchand and Luis Castellini, Luna Flusha ahead of Henry Domain, and Lorenzo Campos ahead of Alphonse Miettinen. Sebastian Mins was the last one home. And then we have the retirements. Jared Clark and Chiara Batig from Ethan Lennon, Bennett Gaspar, and Luca Horton, who went out on the second lap. So we get ourselves into the action. Looking back over the drama of Superheat B, and it was always going to be a tough one. Nicolas Schaufler working his craft right from the start. Tame Soleil trying to work his way forward, managed to do so in the early stages to take the lead, but there was a little bit of ignominy as well. Poor Luca Horton retiring from the race, and then we would see further issues and incidents as Bennett Gaspar would be on the sidelines with the South African Ethan Lennon. Both drivers out of the race, and as far as I'm concerned, I think out of the weekend as well. Big slides, big battles. Salim Hanna, 4-wheel drifting in his overtakes as he tries to get himself into a competitive position. Nicolas Schaufler having to fight his way forward with a wayward Filippo Sala, but up in front, it was Tame Soleil versus Christian Castoya all the way, and it was the Spaniard that would emerge despite the dramas behind.
It was a very busy session, but it all kicked off at the front, though, with Castoya taking the lead of the race with only a few laps to go. Tame Soleil would not drop off, though. This was the moment here that Nicolas Schaufler got the move done to move up into 3rd place as well. He would then lose it later on as Salim Hanna would then take it back. But Schaufler would start this one on the front row of the grid. But the checker flag would go out to Christian Castoya, a dominant performance over the course of the day, and he looks good for the final.
There is just one race to go, and that is the OK Superheat B. And that is going to be a very interesting one as well, because it decides the fate of this man, the Red Bull Young Gun, the reigning junior world champion, Enzo Tarvadichkul for the Prema Racing team. 4 wins and a second yesterday, almost flawless. Now he gets to see what he can do when his back is to the wall. It was Anthony Jordan that caught up with him yesterday after a fabulous performance.
Enzo, certainly a solid performance from you. Great start. But talk us about that race, because really it was just a case of keeping the momentum up and just maintaining your tyres and just driving away with it, really, wasn't it?
Yeah, just after the start we had to pace ourselves a little bit. Then we just saved the tyres, and then a couple laps we pushed just to see how the pace was. And Xavier just kept up. After that we built a bit of a gap behind. So yeah, happy with that. Good race in general.
I mean, certainly the Prema team seem to have got everything dialed in this weekend, because not only yourself but your teammate, Kinak and Roberta's coming through the field. He gained 13 positions in that one. What do you say to that?
Yeah, we're all pretty fast, just unlucky from them in quali a little bit, but we're all quite fast also. KR, we're all there, and it's a good sign.
Plans for the rest of the day today? I'm guessing it's you want to keep it on the top spot, really, don't you?
I think we just have to play it as it falls. Yep. You know, there's no point to predict everything already like from now because it's not guaranteed. So just play as it falls and just keep consistent. This is the most important thing, I think.
So a fabulous battle to come from Enzo Tarvanichkul as he runs up at the front. Just a notice to the circuit, can we have one of the family members of the driver number 118, that is Ricky Flynn Motorsports' Jiang Hujai, if they can attend the medical center. That is the number 118, Jiang Hujai. If we can have Perrin Guardian mechanic from the Ricky Flynn Motorsport team, number 118, that is Jiang Hujai. Please make your way to the medical center. Thank you. Now, into the grid we go then for the OK Super Heat B. Enzo Tarvanichkul and Luis Iglesias, the new superstar on the block, on the front row of the starting grid for this one. Thomas Strauven and Martin Molnar from Alex Powell and Kia Nakamura-Berta. Mark Dubnitsky and Thomas Stalchemanis from Emanuele Olivieri and Miguel Costa. Liverway Sambudla, Renata Poulain from Simone Bianco and Mattia Colnaghi. Gabriel Gomez and Joel Bergström from Nicolo Coman and Lucas Flusha. Then Ivo Basterda and Francisco Macedo. Dante Vinci and Guillaume Bouzard from Maciej Gladish and Michael Adair. Enea Frey and Adrian Ferrer from Marcus Seita and Matilda Pats. Victor Smith and Matteo Giacardi from Kasper Henriksen and Petter Agiv from Wang Ximing, Nadim Rostombi, Eli Goldstein and Kanan Sinai. Now, interestingly, there are two non-starters by the look of it. Eli Goldstein in the TB kart does not appear to have come out. He was certainly in the warm-up this morning, so I'm not entirely sure why he has not ventured out onto the course this time, although I know this was really sort of a testing weekend for them. Instead of going testing, they decided to race. And as we feared might be the case at the end of yesterday, the Belgian talent, Thomas Strauven, who was due to start this race from third on the grid, looks like with the rib discomfort he was suffering yesterday, he will not take the start of the Superheat. That's very sad.
It is, yeah. I spoke to him yesterday after one of his races. He obviously had a very good day yesterday with a race win, but that last race, unfortunately, of his day, he did retire from the race. He finished P21. And he looked to be in a lot of discomfort, which is very upsetting to see from any driver's point of view. But yeah, for him as well, his weekend, I think, is over.
Well, as long as he can bounce back in style in 2 weeks' time here for the European Championship, I'm sure that he'll still have plenty to smile about. And looking at the pace they've got, they can come into that weekend with positive outlooks. So hopefully he'll be on the mend. And when we get back here in 2 weeks' time at Cremona, he'll be back to the first form. Now, that is a very fast start, but it's okay. And off we go. Perfect start for Enzo Tarvanichkul. Launches away from Luis Iglesias into the first corner.
Oh, straight off the track.
Yeah, straight off goes the Ricky Flynn car. That is the 217 of Maciej Gladish. So Gladish disappears and manages to recover, but down at the back of the field. Meanwhile, though, Enzo Tarvanichkul up in front from Iglesias and Nakamura-Berta, who has stormed forward to third position. Here we go.
Yep, nice start then from Enzo Tarvanichkul, who's already got quite a lead already, and are coming together through the hairpin number 8. One of them was a DPK, and it could have been a little further down the order. We'll try and confirm who it was.
Well, that's Joel Bergström, unfortunately, in the Birolart, and
yeah.
I think he tangled in there with, you're absolutely right, to suggest it's one of the DPKs. It was Lucas Flusha.
Yeah, not a weekend they will want to remember. They were in the mid-pack as well, so probably in one of the busiest parts of the grid, so certainly collision in there is, well, highly likely. Nakamura-Berta in second place under pressure, though, as Iglesias dives it down the inside. Nakamura-Berta instantly fighting back and straight down the inside through the chicane, and Iglesias under pressure here because Powell goes through as well. Powell on the outside instantly communicating.
Does Iglesias know who he's dealing with here? Amazing commitment, though, to go wheel-to-wheel with Nakamura-Berta on the second lap of a superheat. That's brave from the Frenchman, and he really puts on a show to then settle himself into the rhythm in fourth place. Up to fifth now comes Costa. So Miguel Costa charges through on Thomas Stalchemanis as we look at the stricken Birolart of Joel Bergström. But Nakamura-Berta in front of his teammate Alex Powell, and how about that for the Prema team? 1, 2, and 3, for now at least.
Yeah, for now. Remember, Powell, who is leading this championship, has only got around a 30-point advantage. So again, he needs championship points on this one to maintain that lead. A big chunk was taken out, of course, over the course of this weekend. But Gomez, who sits second in the championship, he's also been a driver who has been struggling this weekend. I mean, he currently sits in P10 in this superheat, and he has not had the best of results all the way throughout the day, but certainly he is a driver that is fighting at the top. It's just this track has just not been favourable for a lot of the drivers, has it?
It certainly hasn't. The only driver who has started a superheat from pole position is likely to maintain the victory is actually now Enzo Tarvanichkul, who has got himself into the lead. That will put him on 319 points, the same as Luigi Coluccio. The only thing that's actually going to separate them heading to the final is the fact that Coluccio was quicker in time qualifying. So Tarvanichkul will match him for points, but they will end up being separated by their qualifying laps. Now, up the inside of Costa, it's not gone well, as now Gomez and Dubnitsky have charged their way forward, and it doesn't look as though it's going to be long before Kolnagi sweeps through. Up on the inside, though, of Gomez goes Dubnitsky, I think that is, to get through and make another position. Oh, it's Mattia Kolnagi on Dubnitsky, I do apologise. So Gabriel Gomez has suddenly found something pretty sweet this morning, and is now starting to charge after his teammate Luis Iglesias, who is there in 4th position still. Who would have thought this coming into the weekend, that Luis Iglesias was the one to take it on to the Prema hat-trick?
Well, again, it's good showing from him. I mean, it's his first weekend in the championship, and he scored himself 17 championship points. He puts himself 23rd in the championship with only 1 round to go. That's certainly a good start to his season this year.
Not bad at all from Luis Iglesias, and now everybody knows who he is and how quick he can be. So Iglesias works his way through at the hairpin, and now he's charging after the 3 Prema drivers. Tarvanichkul of Thailand, Britain's Kia Nakamura-Berta, and Jamaica's Alex Powell. Behind the 4, it is Stolchamanis in P5, so watch out for him. Then Molnar, Sam Budler, Olivieri, Gomez, and I think that was Kolnagi getting through on the inside of his teammate Dubnitsky down into the braking zone. Failing that, it could be Simone Bianco working his way forward, but no, it was Kolnagi on Dubnitsky. And then you've got Costa, Bianco, Dante Vinci, Francisco Macedo, Enea Frey, Matilda Pats, Marcus Shater, Nicolo Kumar, who was the fastest in warm-up this morning, and Matteo Giacardi.
Keep an eye on that gap, 1.1 seconds now between Tarvanichkul and Nakamura-Berta. Powell still right behind Nakamura-Berta, though that is certainly getting very interesting there as we see this battle here. But Iglesias is all over the back of Powell. I mean, for Iglesias here, this is certainly a challenge he's got against him here. He has got some serious talent in front and behind him as well. Thomas Stolchamanis is right there as well. Martin Molnar, Energy Course 1-2 between those two of them in P5 and P6. And Budler's there in 7th place from Emanuele Oliveri. Gomez there and off the track. It's the 3-1-2.
It's Wang Ximing.
It is, yeah, and that's not gone well for him. And he is being dragged off the track, and yeah, body motion says it all there. Devastated.
Well, disappointment there for the Canadian. So he's out of the race, sadly. Through to the first corner, the Prema trio still going well. Luis Iglesias hunting them down and looking pretty rapid, but now Thomas Stolchamanis is on the warpath. I mean, star effort of the weekend has to go the way of Luis Iglesias, doesn't it? I mean, from the others, we kind of expect it. We kind of expect this kind of resilient pace and this strong arm, but for Iglesias to come in as an unknown quantity and be right up there in the top 5, that is very impressive indeed. When you look behind, you've got champions of Brazil, you've got champions of the various different nations, you've got European and world champions. There's the contact between Flusha and Bergström. Bergström not happy at all about it.
Yeah, and yeah, gets out of the cards, and unfortunately that was a retirement there. Looked like Lucas Flusha managed to keep it going though, which would have been an upside for him, but certainly not the way you'd want to start your superheat. And this is the last of the superheats before the finals. We are already 4 races into a 6-race day. It has flown by, hasn't it? Look at this though, getting very, very close for comfort here. Stolchamanis all over the back of Iglesias, and Iglesias is just doing his level best here to try and attack and defend at the same time, as Nakamura-Berta now sets the fastest lap of the race, is starting to close in on Tarvanichkul. Only just though, the gap is 9/10 of a second.
Ooh.
He's certainly taken a good chunk out of it, as Iglesias nearly took a big chunk out of Powell.
I mean, that would have been properly brave to take on the championship leader in the Champions of the Future, and Luis Iglesias certainly up for the scrap. But now Thomas Stolchamanis senses, I can get him, and he goes through at turn 2. That's proper good stuff from the Latvian. That is what we've come to expect from Thomas Stolchamanis. He always knows exactly when to catch his rivals unawares. And you know what? In a very similar manner to what we saw earlier on from the resurgent form of some of his other competitors in the junior category, I don't think Thomas Stoltemanis is anywhere near out of contention for this. I tipped Walter for big success. Stoltemanis could bring something special to the party as well.
Exactly that. Keep a very close eye on them over the course of the rest of the day. Finals are coming up later on for the senior category, but Coluccio has done everything he needed to do with the maximum points. Tarvanichkal, though, is joint on those points, but because he was out-qualified by Coluccio, he would still start P2, but certainly both of them have absolutely been on it this weekend. Pavan would be starting third from Rene Lammers, starting P4, but right now the race isn't over. There are still laps to go in this one, and right now, Stoltemanis is closing in on Powell. He has certainly got some waft in that Energy Course Carters. Again, defensive just in the background there. Looks like Iglesias is trying to defend now from Martin Molnar. And Martin Molnar, who was certainly a shock for us going into this weekend, a fantastic qualifying from him. He certainly had a good one, qualifying second overall. He sits 27th in the championship. Again, he's a driver who's not in contention for this one, but he's certainly not going to stop him from having a good weekend here.
So as they continue to battle away in the closing stages of this one, it really will be an exciting battle. So it's a really exciting run for all of the contenders. Tarvanichkal, Nakamura Berta, Powell, Stoltemanis, Iglesias and Martin Molnar. That's your top 6 at the moment. Sambudla, Olivieri, Kolnagi and Dubnitsky in the top 10. Tarvanichkal opens up the taps a little bit more. 47.95 from him now. New fastest lap, the only driver in the field to tap under 48 seconds. It does bode well for him, doesn't it? If he can have this kind of pace with only 2 fresher tyres on one side, going into the final, he does have good pace. If he can just find something on Luigi Coluccio in the opening couple of laps, Tarvanichkal is definitely a threat for the victory here at Cremona this afternoon.
Certainly is. I'm just trying to remember what sort of lap times we were seeing from Coluccio earlier on, and the same from Lammers. That certainly, I have no idea out of the top 4 that is currently in the intermediate classifications would win that final, because so many of them are equal on the points side of things. They're equal on their lap times as well. It's certainly going to make the final interesting later on today, so make sure you do stay tuned for that one. But right now we are seeing some serious close action here, still in that top 10 spot of the grid and the rest of the grid as well, because there has been some big movers. Enna Frey has moved up 10 position and is currently into P15 as well. Matilda Patz has had a relatively decent race as well after the time that she had earlier on in the weekend. I think she was saying she got cramp at the end of the accident, so that was what she was limping a little bit when she left the kart. But she's up 10 positions now as well. Peter Agiv also 11 positions gained, so there are some big movers all the way throughout this race.
There certainly are. A lot of chopping and changing through the field. You've just got to make the best of what you've got in front of you. You've got to have that inner belief, that inner self-confidence that defines you as a racing driver in the karting world, to try and dig deep and find something special. Let's have a look back. This is a replay of turn 1. This is how Stoltemanis zipped it up the inside of Iglesias. Look at this. Iglesias just the tiniest bit wide.
Yeah.
That's enough.
Again, it just shows tyres may be a thing. You know, they will get brand new ones for the finals. A lot of drivers using their new sets yesterday. So again, they are just finding that sweet spot of traction. Still no changes in the top 10. They have stayed the same. As the train starting to form. This is an interesting battle here. Further down the order, Peter Agiv and Guillaume Bouzard, who are battling away side by side across the line. Very, very close between those two. And again, it just shows that the racing is fierce all the way throughout. As everyone is just trying to get into that top 36. Remember, 72 drivers in the senior category so far at the beginning of this day. It has to get whittled down to the top 36 for the final, so it is a tense moment for a lot of those drivers at the back of the grid.
So now, with just 2 laps to go at the end of this one, there is still a little bit more to do for Thomas Stoltemanis. I think he wants to break up the Prema party. 2:56 with a warning flag and the 5-second penalty that comes with it. So that is obviously a big headache towards the end of this particular race for Lucas Flusha. So that clearly comes back from the incident that we saw between him and Joel Bergström on the opening lap. And obviously these things have to be looked into with a fine-tooth comb before you just throw a penalty at it. So a lot of investigation going into that one. Tarvanichkal, Nakamura Berta, Powell, Stoltemanis, Iglesias, An incredible top 5. Stojamanis still hassling the points leader of the Champions of the Future Euro Series. He might just be able to get him with 1 to go.
He might be able to get him, but it's going to be a tall order as they go on to the start-finish line now. Last lap board comes out then for Enzo Tarvanitschgl, who leads the way now by, well, 1.4 seconds from Nakamura Roberta. Powell still there in 3rd place. Stojamanis, though, only 2 tenths behind him. Very, very close, but I don't think he's in lunge distance at all at the moment. He might send it down the inside at turn number 8, we're not too sure. But there, though, your race leader doing exactly what he needs to do. Look how confident and planted that kart looks.
It is perfect performances from the Premers. 1, 2, and 3, as Tarvanitschgl will hold on in front of Nakamura Roberta and Powell. Provided that nothing goes wrong for the 3 of them, they will run this way to the flag. And certainly for Enzo Tarvanitschgl, it's his best chance yet of an OK senior victory in the Champions of the Future. He has had his moments in junior, but not in senior. Now he will go into the final on the front row of the grid, having taken the victory in the Superheat. He has won everything but 1 race this weekend, only beaten by Coluccio on 1 occasion. And now they will be all square on points going into the final. They will be on the front row of the grid together. Coluccio versus Tarvanitschgl in the final this afternoon. Bring it on.
It is going to be a good one, but you cannot rule out the drivers who are going to be starting behind them. Sebastiano Pavan and René Lammers, all of those drivers have got a chance to take the final later on today. So make sure you do not miss that. That will be coming up after the OK Junior final. Their race due to start at 1:10 local time here in Italy for the OK final. But there on your screen, Enzo Tarvanitschgl, nearly a perfect weekend for him. He took 4 race wins yesterday, a 2nd place in his 2nd one. He qualified 5th, but certainly has found his way through the field here.
Whatever it was that was lacking in qualifying, it certainly isn't lacking now. And the young man from Thailand, who is the youngest member of the Red Bull program, doing a fantastic job. He takes the win from Kian Nakamura Roberta and Alex Powell. Prema, 1, 2, 3. You don't get that too often. Thomas Stojamanis in 4th from Louis Iglesias and Martin Molnar from Liverway Sam Budler and Mattia Colnaghi. Then Emanuele Olivieri and Mark Dubnitsky from Miguel Costa, Gabriel Gomez, Dante Vinci, Francisco Macedo, and Enea Frey. 16th position goes the way of Nicolo Kuman. Matilda Pats did a great job, making up 11 places. Ivo Besterda, Marcus Shater made up 8. Guillaume Bouzard, Maciej Gladish, and Peter Agiv, who made up 10. Then Kasper Henriksen, Adrian Ferra, Simone Bianco, and Matteo Giacardi. Arta Poulain and Lucas Flusha had very disappointing races there. Kinan Sanai and Nadim Rustombi. There were retirements: Michael Lider, Victor Smith, and Wang Ximing, as well as on the first lap, Joel Bergström. There were also non-starters, both from Belgium, Thomas Straven and Ellie Goldstein. A perfect textbook start from Enzo Tarvanitschgl to get away to the first corner. Louis Iglesias doing his best from 2nd on the grid, managing to snip his way through. Maciej Gladish going grass-cutting on the first corner of the Superheat, but managing to recover. There were more problems elsewhere, though, on the first lap, as Joel Bergström and Lucas Flusha got a little bit too close together on the opening lap of the race, and down at the hairpin on the entry to the pits, both the Brirolat and the DPK driver would find themselves in the same bit of racetrack at the same time, and that was very much game over for both men. Certainly in terms of fighting for the battle for the victory, it didn't go the way of Joel Bergström, as he was out on the spot. For Lucas Flusha, there would be even more problems to come. But a victory for Enzo Tarvanitschgl nonetheless, in front of Nakamura Roberta and Alex Powell. And now we know it is going to be a very tough battle for the finals. We've got a bit of time to kill. Go and have yourself a nice drink, a little bit of an early lunch if you wish as well. Wherever you're watching from, the racing is going to be very strong indeed from here on out. The junior final at 12:30, the OK final at 1:10, and then we have the podium ceremonies. It is going to be an amazing end to the day here at the Cartodromo Cremona circuit in Italy, as the Champions of the Future Euro Series continues to get one step closer to the finale. See you this afternoon.
Yes. A, a, 1, 2. 1, 2.
It's finals time at the Champions of the Future Euro Series 2023, round 4 of this incredible title fight. From Spain to the Czech Republic to Denmark and now to Italy on the fabulous circuit Angelo Bergamonte, just outside the beautiful ancient city of Cremona. The OK and OK Junior title fights have been very close since the start of the season, and right here in the sizzling Italian heat, it is going to get just as exciting, if not more so. Fever pitch is on the horizon in both the junior and senior categories. It has been all about Alexander Bondarev and Niklas Schaufler in the junior category thus far. In the senior category, it's been all about Enzo Tarvanichkul battling with Luigi Coluccio. Now, all 4 drivers will go to battle in 2 separate races, 21 laps for the juniors, and in the seniors, 25 laps. They will be pushing to the limits in these incredibly stifling heats, 28 degrees Celsius air temperature, a dry, very, very tricky track to negotiate, and fabulous races to come.
Yes, indeed. Plenty of action to sink your teeth into. So stay seated and join us for the next 2 finals. Like we were saying, the longest races these drivers will have over the course of the weekend. The temperature has soared even more now. We are back in the 30-degree heat. It is very hot, and the tension on track is about to get even hotter as the drivers will start to make their way onto the circuit in just a few minutes' time. Like we were saying, over 100 junior drivers entered into this weekend. They have been whittled down now to 36, and it has certainly shaken up the field just that little bit, with the championship contenders right at the front not being in contention this weekend. It has certainly made it very interesting.
Yes, indeed. Championship leader Lewis Werrell starting all the way back in 17th on the grid for the final. Tibor Ramakas now second in the points, will go from P5, and third in the points, Alexander Bondarev, will go from pole position. This is definitely going to be the toughest race weekend of the Champions of the Future Euro Series so far. We're definitely in for an exciting showcase as the drivers and teams now make their way to the starting grid. Accompanied as they are by their one mechanic, these incredible machines, the OK kart in the junior category, so evenly competitive. From first down to last in qualifying, the whole field covered by just a couple of seconds. It really is very tight indeed at the top of this incredible battle. And what we get to see as we push around this incredible circuit of 1,221 meters is that this place does not do things by halves. It bites back. This is the kind of circuit that is not for the faint of heart. You've got to commit, you've got to be dedicated, you've got to be focused, but you have to be smooth or this circuit will spit you out.
It will. It's a test of endurance and stamina as well of these drivers as heat fatigue kicked in yesterday for a couple of our drivers. Also with rib pain for some others as well. It is a demanding circuit on both kart and driver, so it will certainly make these finals very, very interesting. The drivers making their way on to the starting grid, and we are looking forward to this one.
So the OK Junior drivers will head out onto the circuit for their final, and this is for the competitors aged 11 to 14. So far this week, it has been all about this man, the young man from Ukraine. They call him the Phoenix. Alexander Bondarev has had a bit of a tricky Champions of the Future Euro Series campaign so far in 2023. He is set to put that right here in Cremona. Fastest in his qualifying group, 5 qualifying heat wins, and second in this morning's superheat. He now has 126 points in the championship. He is only 31 behind the championship leader, Lewis Werrell. It is very much game on for the title fight. Both here and Franciacorta in September are going to be big weekends for this young man who lives out in Monza in Italy. This time last year, he wasn't even sure if he would walk again after a big accident suffered in Spain. Not only can he walk, but he can charge. He is absolutely in his A game right now.
He really is. Dominant performance yesterday and second in his super heat. Earlier on, he was in super heat A. Nicholas Schaufler, though, who starts alongside him, he himself has had a very good weekend as well. He only finished third in his super heat in the B final, but he starts this one on the front row still. He has had a fabulous weekend, gaining several points, a very good run in the championship as well, but he is not in the top 8 in the championship. He's still a little further down in the order, so he's got a long way to go if he wants to get a top 10 finish before the end of the season, but anything is doable. The second row, though, just behind, Dries van Langendonk, 4th in his A final. He has certainly had a good weekend. Qualifying was interesting as well as his super heats, but he has got a good run down in towards turn number 1 for the start of this one behind Alexander Bondarev. The inside line certainly seems to be the favourite for the most of these drivers.
Yeah, Dries van Langendonk came into the OK Junior category midway through last season, of course. He had to make the switch mid-season. He made his debut in the World Championship weekend at Sarno last year, and everybody was incredibly surprised at how quickly he was able to run at the front. Ever since then, he has been a staple of the Forza Racing team in 2023. He has been very strong, very quick, and very capable. And he definitely knows how to put on a show from the front end of the field. He's been one of the most consistent over the course of this week, and certainly in a very positive frame of mind going into the finals. He has a really strong chance here from the inside of that second row to charge his way for the victory. If anybody's going to break through that front row of Bondarev and Schaufler, do not be surprised if Dries van Langendonk goes for the fight. However, this man could do as well. Christian Castoya of the Paralin Motorsport team. What a brilliant first half to the 2023 campaign he's been having.
Yeah, he really has. Yesterday was a good day. 2 qualifying heat wins. His worst result was 7th, but later on, or earlier on today, first in the second of the super heats. He knows exactly what he needs to do around this circuit, and he starts on that second row. We have seen the outside line work here as well at Cremona, so it's certainly a good opportunity that he has got. The young Spaniard certainly knows what he is doing. He qualified at 11th this weekend as well, so he has made several overtakes.
You're probably wondering, why haven't we had a look at Nicholas Schaufler on the front row of the starting grid? Well, that's because he's the last one to get to the grid.
Yes.
He's not there yet. He's the last one to arrive on the grid. No doubt we will see him when he appears. But how about this boy, Tibor Ramakers of Belgium, the VDK racing driver in the Kart Republic chassis. He has been absolutely electric in everything he's turned his hand to. He's got an incredibly fast right foot. He is so strong on the upper body. He is able to really mix it with those even taller than him. He has this incredible tenacity and determination that cannot be tamed. And he's definitely the kind of driver who can put on a bit of a show all on his own. Interestingly, he's going to have a bit of pressure from that third row of the starting grid with Tame Saleh, who is actually having a nice conversation with the man on the front row of the starting grid. They're actually here having a nice shelter under the marshal post. Tame Saleh and Nicholas Schaufler, the two drivers together, So we'll obviously be able to get a little bit of a read on them both. They're trying to keep cool before the race even gets underway. Nicolas Schaufler for the DPK squad, and the man starting P6 on the grid as well. Tame Soleil, the number 67 for the Sauber Academy. Two drivers who can definitely go for the win. Stepan Antonov is hiding under the shade as well, I notice.
Yeah, they're all trying their level best to keep cool there, and I think they're doing a good job with sharing that bottle of water between the two of them. Certainly very good. Yeah, Tame Soleil yesterday only getting the one heat win. His third heat of the weekend didn't go his way, retiring from that one. But today was pretty good from him as well. Second in the B Super Heat. So he certainly had a good start to the day. Can he replicate that in this? Surely he can. He starts on the outside row though, so he's got a little bit of a hindrance there, but he has still got a long way to go in this final. Anything can happen.
36 drivers will quest for the glory in this one. We can see down the grid the Italian drivers, Jacopo Martinese and Filippo Sala, who have both managed to make it into the top 10 of the final on home soil. And that'll be interesting to see what they can do from their position. Stepan Antonov, we mentioned before, he's in the top 10 as well. He will start from 10th position on the grid. A fabulous tribute there paid by Ross Upton and Martin Bean. We are still racing in honour of Delano Van Toff, who was a very beloved member of the RGMMC Group racing paddock. He was here all the way through his IAMA Euro Series days, through the OK and OK Junior categories as well. So nearly won the World Championship, of course, in 2019 at Alajärma in Finland. And it's lovely that we still carry his legacy with us through all of our activities in motorsport. Delano Van Toff will always be a member of the karting community and family, and certainly always a member of the RGMMC Group family as well.
Yeah, very well put there, very well put. 5-minute board goes up then at the front of the grid as we take a quick look at Tame Soleil, who'll be starting that on the third row of the grid. The Sauber Academy driver certainly has had that good weekend, but he is not out of the woods yet, because starting on the road just behind as well, Jacopo Martinese. Now, Jacopo has certainly had a good weekend, and he's doing well in the championship. Currently sits 7th with 108 championship points. He's only around 49 points behind Lewis Werrell in the championship standings. So again, still plenty of opportunities, because there are 31 championship points up for grabs for this race alone. And that would be the race win and, of course, the fastest lap extra point. There he is on your screen, getting himself primed and ready to go. The Kart Republic driver, certainly, like we're saying, having a good weekend. I think, you know, with him, he's had ups and downs over the course of the weekend. You know, it's never been an easy weekend for all of them. I mean, his second to last race, he finished P15, but his best result was a second. He qualified 8th. I reckon he could be a contender still in this one. There are so many contenders, even in those top 4 rows.
He's definitely got a good shout. He certainly knows how to get through the first couple of laps pretty smartly and can pick off his opponents fairly rapidly. This man's got a good shout. Salim Hernandez, the Colombian, under the tutelage of former Indy 500 and Monaco Grand Prix winner, Juan Pablo Montoya, who looks after Salim Hernandez's interests. And certainly today, in the morning's Superheat, he managed to get himself into the top 10 very smartly, despite power sliding his way through 7 of the braking zones. The guy's got great style and panache as he works his way around these karting circuits. He's definitely got the fighting spirit that will serve him well. And it's definitely going to be interesting to see what he can do.
Well, it will certainly be interesting, because if any driver here in that top 5 rows, top 4 rows can overtake, it will be Salim Hernandez, because he qualified 25th at the start of this weekend. So he's certainly going to be one to watch. There is Filippo Sala, who's starting alongside. Now, Filippo certainly had an interesting weekend. He is, well, he was 10th in the championship going into this one. I think he's dropped down maybe 1 or 2 with the point standings, but certainly he's had some up and down performance on this one. 18th in qualifying. His best result was 2nd. His worst result was a P16 in his second heat on the first day of racing. He does not want to replicate that, as I believe the 1-minute board, no, the 3-minute board goes up in the air. We are nearly ready to go racing.
Ronnie Sala there on the top of the Birla awning, fresh off the back of the complete clean sweep of the KZ2 podium last week at Sarno, when the 3 drivers, Freddie Slater, Daniel Vasile and Christian Bertucca, stormed to the top of the KZ2 podium in Sarno a week ago. And of course, that was also the scene where Danilo Albanese became the European KZ champion for the first time. He is here in the paddock this weekend, of course, in his coaching and spannering capacity. And, of course, he is working in the same team as this man, Stepan Antonov, 10th position on the starting grid for the number 69. He's going to be interesting to try and charge his way forward. He's definitely got raw pace. There's going to be a lot of drivers behind them, though, that are worth a cheeky banker. Mies Huben has been very quick over the course of the week. So too has Arjen Kreiling. Misfortune is only really what's kept Arjen Kreiling out of that top 10 for the starting grid. There is the German Arjen Kreiling. He had amazing pace on Thursday in qualifying. But here today, he is still very much in contention, still has a good opportunity. Behind Mies Huben, in the Eichmann's Grand Prix back toward racing colours. You've also got Jack Iliff, the American for Parolin. You've got Britain's Noah Wolf in the Leclerc by Lennox racing team. And then a pair of Swedes, Scott Lindblom and Oliver Kinmark for the Tony Kart and Koski Motorsport teams respectively. They've been absolutely rapid over the course of this week. And then behind them, you have the British driver Lewis Werrell, who came into this weekend leading the championship. He still leads, but nowhere near as much is the advantage. There's Mies Huben, last year's wild man turned smooth man in 2023. It's been quite the turnaround for Mies Huben. Yeah,
and he's certainly taken like a duck to water around the Cremona circuit here. He has been quick. He has been making those overtakes left, right and centre. He has certainly been on our radar going into this weekend as well. He has had some very good heats. Keep an eye on them, Mo, in this final. And great that you bring up Lewis Werrell in this one, because again, you know, he goes into this championship still leading. The gap's now down to 27 championship points between himself and Thibaut Ramekers. Lewis Werrell in this one starts, well, fairly far down the order in his sort of capacity. You know, he's a driver who knows how to pedal. You know, he knows how to be at the front of the grid. He won in Rodby. So, you know, he's not a driver who is slow out on circuit. It's just these style of tracks where it's tight and twisty and demanding. I think he just struggles just that little bit.
He certainly really found it difficult going this time, but the drivers are preparing for action. This could be one of those races where the championship battle suddenly turns on its head. There's a decent gap between the top three, 31 points. But there are 31 points on offer in this one, so it could potentially all be square by the end of this race. Let's find out. Here is the grid. Alexander Bondarev and Nicolas Schaeffler on the front row from Dries van Langendonk and Christian Castoya. Then Thibaut Ramekers and Tame Saleh, Jacopo Martinez and Salim Hanna. Then Filippo Sala and Stepan Antonov, Arjen Kreiling and Mies Huben, Jack Iliff and Noah Wolf, Scott Lindblom and Oliver Kinmark, Lewis Werrell and Kit Milowski from Zach Drummond and Tiziano Monza, Lev Kutelov, Marianito, Alfie Slater, Kirill Ditiev, Noah Montero, Andy Consani, Davide Bottaro, Medal Beldes, Vivek Kanthan, Matt Corby, Matthias Orjuela, Ludovico Busso, David Cosma, Lewis Francis, Alp Hassan Aksoy, and the Canadian Jensen Burnett.
Busy old grid on this one. 36 drivers, like we're saying, whittled down from well over 100, I believe 107 in total that entered into the weekend. Like you say, 36. It's difficult to get into these finals, and for a lot of the drivers now, they'll be watching from the sidelines. The viewing spectator areas absolutely packed at the moment with mechanics, drivers, family members, everything like that, ready to watch this final. 21 laps about to unfold, and we're going to decide who is going to be going into the final round of the championship, leading in the points standings. At the moment, it is Lewis Werrell, 157 points from Thibaut Ramekers and Alexander Bondarev. Bondarev, who jumped into this weekend, I think he jumped into this weekend 8th. At the end of the qualifying heats, he jumped up into 5th in the point standings. Now, going into the final, he is 3rd. Can he change that now into a lead in the champ standings? That is the ultimate question, and right now he has got the best advantage to do that. He starts it on the front row, on pole position, but remember, he did not win his superheat earlier. Best result he could get up in that was 2nd.
21 laps in front of us. Every single kart has fresh tyres for this race. They've had to work on the set and a half of tyres that they've had from the start of qualifying on Thursday morning all the way through to the end of the superheat earlier this morning. And now they finally get a fresh pair of boots. It's going to be very interesting to see how it all plays out. But Bondarev in the Kart Republic, Nicolas Schaeffler beside him in his for the DPK satellite squad. Then the Forza Expert of Dries van Langendonk, the Parolin of Christian Castoya, the VDK Kart Republic of Thibaut Ramekers, and the Sauber Academy Kart Republic of Tame Saleh.
Oh, and already not even starting the 46s off the track.
That's a disaster for Marianito. Are we racing? We are racing! Up to the first corner. Alexander Bondarev will take the lead in first corner. Nicolas Schaeffler and Christian Castoya trying to run around the outside of Dries van Langendonk, but van Langendonk has held 3rd position. Good start. There's a little bit of conflagration further back. 1 or 2 karts out of sorts, but they just about managed to point in the right direction. Is everybody going to get through at turn 5? Looks like it's a very hectic start, but there is contact back at turn 5. Several karts have gone. Several are trying to recover, but unfortunately that is 6 karts by the look of it. and that is Merel Peldes. The 77 is in there as well of Lev Krutelov. We've also got Marianito having not started, and then Adi Konsani, also Matt Corby, Kirill Titiev, Luis Francis and Alp Hassanaksoy all involved in that first lap pileup.
Yeah, that is not what you want to see at the start of a final, but the race carries on. We are still under green flag conditions for the whole of the lap. It's just the yellows in turn number 5 as they cross the start-finish line. Bondarez still leads from Schaufler. Schaufler right on that rear bumper, though it is very, very close. Van Langendonck's had a good start to his race. Timo Ramek's had a good start, so as Kostoya. Tame Soleil, though, has not had a good start. He has dropped all the way down to P7 at the start of this one. He will be annoyed about that, but he's got plenty of time to sort that one out as Bondarev is already starting to open up a little bit of a gap, and already there's cars diving to the inside. One of them is Tame Soleil on Martinez.
Yep, Tame Soleil tried his best to get through, has not been able to finish the job, but certainly Martinez just in front of him. Now trying to thwart the attack again. Van Langendonck goes for the inside of Nicholas Schaufler. Job done into second position. And now Timo Ramekes wants to go for the move on the Austrian. Out of the final turn. Bondarev's got a bit of daylight. Then it's Dries Van Langendonck in second. From Schaufler, Ramekes, Martinez. Then it is Tame Soleil in front of Kostoya, Sala, Hanna, Kraling, Wolf, Antonov, Huben and Oliver Kinmark.
These top drivers are going to have to sort this squabbling out. Otherwise, they are just going to lose touch with Alexander Bondarev. He has already opened up now a 6/10 gap, and that is not what they need. Tame Soleil's managed to get the move done, and I think he's moved up into P3 now. No, that's a little further down, P5. So still making the moves, but look at that, everyone defensive in towards it. That was Ramekes going defensive there from Kostoya. Spin in the background, that looked like Filippo Sala.
It is indeed. Filippo Sala, the Italian, has gone in the Sodi kart down at the hairpin. Very unfortunate indeed. And I think Salim Hanna got caught up in that as well. He now finds himself down at the back of the field. Very unfortunate for Salim Hanna. He's rejoined in 16th, but that's a lot of places lost. And for Filippo Sala, he's lost even more than that. Bondarev, your leader, from Van Langendonck. And that's Scott Lindblom parking it in the pit lane as well. Very disappointing indeed for the Swede.
Yeah, this has not been a good final for quite a few of these drivers. Very shaky start. There is still around 19 or so laps remaining of this race, so there is still plenty of time, though, for the rest of the field. Van Langendonck, though, is on the charge.
Mies Huben just went over the back of Slater's kart in the middle of the chicane, and somehow they kept going. Just saw that out of the corner of my eye. That could cause an issue for Mies Huben's front fairing.
Yeah, it could do. Well, we'll have to find that one out at the end of the race. We'll keep an eye on it as well. If the cameras get a close shot, we can see if it has dropped. But fastest lap now going to Jensen Burnett. Burnett, who's currently sitting all the way down in P26. He's gained 10 positions. That's only because I think half the grid has just crashed.
Well, indeed. We've had 9 retirements so far at this point, which is quite incredible considering we're only on lap 5. But Bondarev's got the lead and the pace. Dries Van Langendonck in second. Then it's Schaufler versus Martinez. Here's a replay of the start. Now watch the inside line from Van Langendonck. He's got Schaufler to his left. Kostoya trying to go right round the outside there as well. He's had to bail off the throttle to let Schaufler go. And as you can see, Kostoya so nearly throwing it away at turn 3, and then up in the air went Lindblom, so that must be where the damage to his kart was done.
Yeah, and again, everyone just dipping a wheel onto that outside. Kip Malowski was another one. Then it all came together here, and, well, there's why Scott Lindblom's pulled it into the pit lane.
I think it's
heavy front-end damage.
I think the first pirouette really came from Merel Peldes. Not entirely sure. Oh, sorry, it was Lev Krutelov that went around, and then essentially everybody had to try and take avoiding action, and once you're facing the wrong way on the inside line, there is absolutely no chance. So unfortunately, several drivers unable to avoid the conflagration. So the retirements are Sala, Lindblom, Krutelov, Nito, Konsani, Peldes, Corby, Francis and Alp Hassanaksoy. Bitterly disappointing. Before the first lap was even completed, we had lost about 7 drivers there. So bitterly disappointing.
Yeah, very, very shaky start then from the grid. Eyes on the championship, though, because that's certainly got a little bit interesting now. Werrell still leads the championship with 161 championship points. With his current position that he is in, he is further down the field. He is in P13 at the moment.
Oh, and off goes Kostoya. Kostoya's run off the road there, trying to battle with Schaufler, and that's dropped him a long way back. He's going to lose more and more places. Lewis Werrell will find his way through, and that's going to put him all the way down. Kostoya to 13th place.
Yeah, that is not what he needs, though. That certainly won't help his championship out. But though Bondarev, though, who leads the way, he has certainly dipped his toes into a good spot of the championship. Now, with 156, he moves up second in the championship, meaning there is literally a handful of points going into the final round at Franciacorta. at the beginning of September for the championship. Certainly very interesting. Here is a replay of Nicolas Schaufler going down the inside of Costoya, and it was just that moment there, and Costoya very, very close.
Nothing wrong with that overtake at all from Schaufler either. He really nailed the inside line, and now it's going to be Antonov doing the same thing to Schaufler. This time Schaufler stays off the gravel, off the grass, somehow keeping the kart facing in the right direction despite a full Tommy Mäkinen power slide.
Yeah, that was good kart control there. Holds on to it, but crucially, sliding is not the quickest way around a corner, and now he's got a bit of a train starting to fall behind him. He's got Wolf, Kinmark, Kraling, Drummond, Werrell, Costoya, and Eilif all behind. Wolf the first of that, and he is going to try and go for the overtake, I suspect, into the next corner, because it looked like it was going to go for the overtake through the turn 7 chicane, down into the braking zone. Now everyone going for the lunge down the inside, and that looked like Werrell getting the move done in the background.
So Lewis Werrell moving his way up into 11th position as a result of that. That's going to help his
There goes
points
Wolf.
tally. Wolf on the inside, Kinmark on the inside, Schaufler going backwards. This really isn't helping the DPK driver at all. That's the problem. Once you lose momentum, you lose a lot more than just 1 or 2 positions, as Jack Eilif is trying to hold it together in his battle further down the order. He's having a nice little tussle with Arjen Kraling and Alfie Slater. But Nicolas Schaufler under big pressure from Christian Costoya. The two of them were battling for 2nd position. Now they are battling for 11th place. It is amazing how the fortunes change so rapidly. Meanwhile, up at the front, Alexander Bondarev is no longer dominating this. Dries van Langendonk is catching him big time.
I was going to keep that secret for just a little bit longer. I just wanted to see what the gap was doing, because yes, it has come down a little bit, but it's still at a disadvantage to Dries van Langendonk, as Schaufler here is just being shuffled back in the pack. He is trying his level best to keep the field behind him, but right now they are just taking turns at taking positions here, and the Ricky Flynn driver getting very close. I think that's Alfie Slater going nearly side by side there and wheel to wheel with, I believe, Costoya, who is very close behind. This is Wolf, though, who's latched onto the back of Oliver Kinmark. Those two now have broken away from that pack, and they are trying to chase down Stepan Antonov and Tame Soleil, who are a little further up the road. But yes, you're right, that gap at the front is coming down. It's another 2/10 that has come out of it. It's still at 4/10 of a second, but Bondarev and Van Langendonk, the battle is just beginning.
And fair play to Lewis Werrell, the championship leader. He is not giving up here at all. He's worked his way up into 10th position. He has got through 7 karts. He's got another 9 to go before he reaches the lead. That looks a little bit out of reach for the moment, but every place he makes up is more points to add to his championship tally to increase his advantage heading to Franciacorta for the final round. So it's definitely looking very strong indeed for Lewis Werrell. If he can keep adding positions to his tally, if he can keep going through the pack, he should be able to score decent points in this final to help him out and move him further forward. For the moment, it is Bondarev in front of Dries van Langendonk at the tune of about 4/10 of a second. It's staying pretty steady at that at the moment. Martinez in third from Ramekes, Soleil and Stepan Antonov, who now sets the fastest lap. Kinmark, Wolf, Drummond, Werrell, Costoya and Schaufler, Slater, Hanna, Huben, Eilif, Kraling, Monza, Montero and David Kozma.
It is certainly going to be a very close end to this final. Plenty of time left, and it's still 10 laps to go at the end of this one. And there is your top two, Bondarev and Van Langendonk. There in third place is Martinez. Then Ramekes goes through, Tame Soleil, Antonov. And this was the moment Schaufler going side by side with, I believe,
That's Costoya.
It is Costoya, yeah, he's off with. And Costoya, well, he was very lucky to keep that on the tarmac as much as he did. Luckily for him, only losing a couple of positions.
So now we've got Van Langendonk in 2nd position behind Bondarev. And then in 3rd place, Martinez in front of Ramekes and Tame Soleil. So the top 6, with Antonov there in P6, still very evenly matched in terms of 1-lap pace. Van Langendonk has crept up to 4th in the standings with this performance. 142 is what he would leave here with. Martinez would leave here with 130. So in fact, if it ends like this, then the top 7 drivers in the championship would only be separated by 43 points. That is absolutely wide open as far as the title fight is concerned. And look at Van Langendonk in the 3rd split. He has absolutely caught up to Bondarev a little bit more.
Yep, now 3/10 of a second is the gap. If anything, for some drivers, that's lunge distance. I don't think it's quite there yet for Van Langendonk. but certainly he has whittled away at that gap, and crucially they have pulled away from Martinez. Martinez has not been able to close in with them, but he is still right there, and as soon as Van Langendonk goes for the move, if he can go for the move, Martinez will be right on the scene.
Well, if you're René Lammers or Thomas Stolchemanis, that is absolutely lunch distance,
Oh,
isn't
what?
it?
Yes.
These guys are still juniors. They're still working up to that kind of banzai manoeuvre, but they are usually the kind of drivers, Lammers and Stolchemanis in the senior, that can not only make that move, but also pull it off. Van Langendonk, though, very quick in the third sector. Bondarev knows it, checks over his shoulder. Now he knows that Van Langendonk is there, so this is time to step up the attack a little bit more. He could have to concede the victory here, and if he does, then he's still going to be comparable to Werrell in the title fight. Tiziano Monza under investigation. That is unfortunate. The Singaporean has been one of the stars of the weekend in the qualifying heats, was always right up in the top 6, always fighting his corner, and very unfortunate to see the Singaporean now under investigation for not sure what for, but he's certainly cutting his teeth and doing a great job in there, battling with the likes of Schaufler, Montero and David Cosma, as we watch the top 2 drivers in this race, Bondarev and Van Langendonk, who, if it stays like this, are going to leave here 2nd and 4th in the championship, having taken a big chunk out of Lewis Werrell's advantage.
Yeah, you were saying earlier if Bondarev would concede the spot here, he will definitely not do that if he can help it. I mean, he is fighting for this championship. It was a shaky start to the season for Bondarev. He was finding his feet again. But he certainly has going into the second half of this, and he's certainly come out of his shell a lot more and has just been fighting fiercely all the way throughout this. But it can be the same can be said for Van Langendonk and for Martinez, as Nicolas Schaufler receives a warning flag, a 5-second time penalty for Nicolas Schaufler. I mean, himself already is all the way down in P16. He has tumbled down the order from his starting spot on the front of the grid. It has not been the final he wanted after doing a superb job in qualifying.
This final for Nicolas Schaufler has not been a case of what can go wrong. It has been a case of how many things can go wrong. This is him battling away with Stepan Antonov earlier in the race. Fair play to Nicolas Schaufler for keeping it on the road. I'm not entirely sure why he's been given the warning flag. Surely it can't be for the incident between him and Christian Castoya.
It may have been for that, and of course you saw earlier on here how much he was defending.
Van Langendonk's in the lead. He's got through past Bondarev. So Van Langendonk has taken the lead on Alexander Bondarev, and that has backed the Ukrainian into the path of Jacopo Martinez. So Van Langendonk has taken the lead.
And that's a big gap that he's got already. All we did was watch a replay. It wasn't a long time we were away for, and all of a sudden, so something must have happened then between the two of them. Hopefully we will get to see that, but like you're saying, Martinez is now all over that rear bumper of Bondarev here, and Bondarev now could be in trouble as he might get swamped into the pack.
I'm thinking that might have been a turn 3 job from Van Langendonk on Bondarev. That might be where the momentum was afforded. Now, big question. Does Martinez go for the move here on Bondarev, or does he slot behind him, work with him, catch back up to Van Langendonk, and then hope that the two of them get into a little bit of badinage so that he can find his way through to 3rd position? Both the drivers, Bondarev and Martinez, for the Kart Republic factory team. So it makes sense at this point in the race, when you've got 5 laps to go, to team up. Don't battle each other, because you'll end up costing each other places. But Martinez does not want to work with Bondarev. He slides through in a 2nd position, decides to signal to Bondarev, work with me, let's go after the man in front, Dries Van Langendonk. But this is a very tough order for Bondarev now to catch back up. Martinez into 2nd position, though, the Italian driving beautifully.
He's driving beautifully, but I think I know the reason why he wants to push forward. Have you seen that front nose cone? Look at the size of the dent in the front of that. That is a big question mark on the front of Jacopo Martinez's kart. He could be in trouble at the end of this race, but remember, the brackets on the bumper can hold for quite a bit of a knock, but too much, and it will drop.
That's a very good point. That's not entirely sure for Jacopo Martinez in 2nd position, whether that's going to be out of position. If it is loose, of course, for those watching karting at this level for the first time, if it is a loose front fairing, then that's a 5-second penalty, because that is to dissuade drivers from basically ramming each other off the racetrack. So Jacopo Martinez may have a loose front fairing there. If that's the case, it'll be a 5-second penalty without question. But certainly for the man up front, Dries Van Langendonk, the Belgian, is doing a beautiful job in the Forza Racing Expert. It's been a long time coming, his first win in the RGMMC paddock, and you know what? If he wraps this one up, it will be absolutely deserved.
Moved to the Forza team in the Czech Republic halfway through the season, didn't he? So it was a battle with fire. There was the overtake.
At turn 2?
It was turn 2. So down the inside and got it done. That was the moment the Jacopo Martinez got the move done. That was at the turn 8 hairpin, the far end of the course. But yeah, so a very interesting place there for Dries van Langendonk. He just must have had such a good run in towards turn 1.
Well, that was bold as brass from Dries van Langendonk to go for the move there into turn 2. It really shows his commitment and his determination. Tibor Ramekers now back to the fastest lap of the race in the hope that he can edge Alexander Bondarev off the podium. So he's got to work hard here, the Belgian, to try and close up, because we've only got 2 laps to go now. As here comes the race leader, Dries van Langendonk, with one of the most brilliant OK Junior passes we've seen all weekend to take the lead.
Yeah, very, very nice move through turn number 2 a few laps ago. And that gap has opened up now to nearly 0.8 of a second. A little further back, though, Tibor Ramekers is closing in. He set the fastest lap earlier on. That's now been taken away from Dries van Langendonk, who leads with the 49.346. So he's having a good run at the start. Stepan Antonov, who's had a good recovery, is up now 5 positions into P5. Remember, he was second going into this weekend in the championships. He has tumbled down now into, I think, 5th in the point standings now, as Dries van Langendonk has put himself up to 4th.
So it's going to be a very interesting closing lap then for the man up front, as the Forza Racing Expert driver from Belgium hangs on in front of Martinez, Bondarev and Ramekers. What a brilliant performance it's been from these 4, who have been arguably the 4 best drivers in Junior of the weekend. They have all pushed rapidly without even blinking an eye. They have given us plenty of entertainment and drama throughout. There are 26 of the 36 drivers still left, because I'm afraid that the Paralympic driver Zach Drummond, an early championship contender, has also pulled out of the race. He will still be 7th in the points when he leaves here, but he will certainly not be at the same sort of mark as the drivers up front. But now we are going to have our 4th different final winner of Champions of the Future Euro Series 2023. It was Tibor Ramekers in Spain. It was Alexander Bondarev in the Czech Republic. It was Lewis Werrell in Denmark. Now it is Dries van Langendonk. He wins beautifully in Cremona for the Forza Racing Expert team. His first win in a final in OK Junior, and it's been a very short path for Dries van Langendonk to storm up to the front. We said at the start, didn't we, from the second row, watch out for Dries van Langendonk. He's the danger man, and now he has vanquished all. What a brilliant run from Dries van Langendonk.
A certainly brilliant weekend for him. Delighted with the result. He pushes himself up now 4th in the championship standings, just 2 points behind Alexander Bondarev, and only a handful of points behind the top 2 drivers as well, Lewis Werrell and Tibor Ramekers, who still are 1-2 in the championship. But for Dries van Langendonk, it could be a teamwork battle for the championship in the final in Franciacorta in a few weeks' time. Certainly a very dramatic final there, but what a result for the top drivers, and a very cheeky fastest lap on that penultimate lap, going to Oliver Kinmark for the Koski Motorsport team. He picks himself up 1 championship point for that fastest lap. There's a look at the intermediate, or the classifications at the end of that final.
Dries van Langendonk takes the victory here at Cremona. What a drive. Jacopo Martinez in front of Alexander Bondarev and Tibor Ramekers. Then it is Stepan Antonov from Soleil, Kinmark, Wolf, Werrell and Costoya. Sanem Hanna in 11th in front of Alfie Slater. What a drive from him. 11 places gained. Then it is Mies Huben from Jack Eilif, Niklas Schaufler and Noah Montero, who made up 9. Arjen Kleiling, Tiziano Monza, Davide Battaro, Vivek Kanthan, who drove well to make up 9. David Kozma made up 12. Jensen Burnett made up 14. And then Matthias Orjuela, Kit Belowski, Ludovico Busso, and Kirill Dtiev, who came through at the back. There were no other finishers in a very tough race indeed. But now we have got 2 Forza Racing drivers, a Kart Republic Motorsport factory driver, and a VDK driver in the battle for the Champions of the Future Euro Series title in September at Franciacorta. This is going to be a showdown for the ages. Let's go through the highlights from a brilliant final. Alexander Bondarev and Niklas Schaufler dueling to the first corner. Dries van Langendonk caught out initially as he ended up dropping to 4th position. But then Castoya drifting wide. That gave the Belgian the chance to come back into third position. A few drivers caught out in the opening lap as a few of them ran wide. And then into turn 4, bang! Crash after crash after crash as we lost Aksoy, Francis, Corby, Peldes, Kansani, Krutulov, Lindblom, Sala, and technically speaking, Marianito as well, although she had pulled out before the race had even started. 9 drivers out on the first lap.
It was certainly a difficult start to the race, but the race did continue on as well. Then this driver here, Nicholas Schaufler, who started it on the front row, at this point just started to tumble down the order. Despite his very best efforts, he would then get swamped by the pack as everyone here was trying to find their way through. Tame Soleil, Tibor Amicas, everyone trying to find that spot to do. Jacopo Martinez, who ended up finishing this race in second place, was also part of that fray. Look at the time and track he had to try and gain, even despite the fact that it was all the way back there in the group.
He certainly worked hard. This was one of the pinch point moments of the race. Castoya drifting wide after a move from Nicholas Schaufler. And then incredibly, Schaufler would have very similar done to him a lap later by Stepan Antonov, as unfortunately, the 2 men who had started on the outside row, 2nd and 4th on the grid, Schaufler and Castoya, drifting down the order until both men were just on the outskirts of the top 10. Castoya falling all the way to 10th, and Schaufler falling all the way to 15th. But there were more great battles through the field. Jack Iliff getting his sleeves rolled up. Alfie Slater working his way through and making up 11 places on the starting grid. Great run from the young Brit. But this was the moment. Dries van Langendonk zipping up the inside of Alexander Bondarev in turn 2. A very tricky overtaking move. Repeated then at the hairpin by Jacopo Martinez to move up into 2nd position. It's definitely game on for the title now. Werrell coming through to P9, but Dries van Langendonk taking the win means there's now 4 drivers in the title fight separated by just 19 points heading to Franciacorta.
Well, still a fabulous final for the OK Junior category. The last drivers make their way back in towards Parc Ferme. Podium presentations will be taking place very, very soon. Don't go anywhere. The next final is due to be starting at 1:10, which is in around 15 or so minutes time from now. So certainly it is going to be an interesting final there.
Certainly will be. Podiums will come after the OK final, of course. And it's going to be very interesting to see how things play out in that race. But let's look at the provisional points virtual championship in the OK Juniors as a result of that victory for Dries van Langendonk. Lewis Werrell now has 165 points provisionally. Thibaut Ramekes has 149. Bondarev has 148. Van Langendonk has 146. Bring on that title fight at Franciacorta. It is going to be very close indeed. 19 points between 4 drivers, all of whom have won a race this year and all of whom could go for the title. If any one of them takes their 2nd final win of the season, you can bet they are going to be very much in the pink for the title.
Oh, very much so. It is going to be an exciting final round of the championship, so make sure you don't miss that one. It'll be the 2nd time that we come back to Italy for the Champions of the Future Euro Series at Franciacorta, so very much looking forward to that. 14 minutes to go then before the next final and the final race of the day, the OK category. And, well, it's certainly been an interesting weekend for the senior group. Again, lots of drivers whittled down to just 36. And it has really been a story about Luigi Coluccio and Enzo Tarvanishkel, the 2 that will be starting on the front row. Tarvanishkel won his superheat. Coluccio with his first, I want to say loss, it's not a loss, his first 2nd place finish, because he has been perfect throughout the entirety of the weekend, dominating the superheat, or dominating the qualifying heats, I should say. 5 out of 5 wins. I mean, what can you say about that? Bondarev did it in the juniors, Coluccio done it in the seniors.
It has been a fabulous weekend for the Tony Kart Factory team. They've really started to push their way further forward, as now we get ourselves ready for the action. Grazie mille tutti to all of the marshals and officials around the course here at the circuit. Angelo Bergamonte, these guys have been absolutely sensational. They have really kept us on our toes. They've been looking after the drivers very well from the start of the week, and it has been fantastic to watch how this brilliant meeting has continued on. And of course, these guys will get the chance to do a world-class FIA event in a couple of weeks' time when the European Championship comes here for the FIA category. It's going to be really exciting when they all come back to Cremona once again in a fortnight's time. So it'll be really interesting to see how this race plays out, because of course the drivers will be taking a look at that performance and then taking their notes and their data from that to go into the European Championship in 2 weeks' time. So the competitors are gearing up ready for the final in the OK senior category. And once again, there'll be just 36 of the drivers that started this week. 73 of them started the week, and only 36 of them now remain. A very tough battle, but it's been great to see the drivers giving all of their incredible hard work out onto the circuit. So as the competitors will make their way to the grid, the boys and girls in the OK category are going to be giving us plenty of excitement and great battles out there on the course. The 3 top drivers are going to make their way to the podium, and it is the top 3 that we started the week with. So the podium ceremony will be imminent.
Well, as the drivers now make their way onto the podium area, we look forward to seeing the drivers on that top spot, and they will enjoy the result that they will have. Dorisan Langendonk then taking the win after gaining 2 positions. He finishes that final on the top spot. Jacopo Martinez finishing in second after gaining 5 positions from Alexander Bondarev. Fortunately, just losing out on 2 positions, but still a solid performance. Your top 3 now very close in the championship standings as well. Jacopo Martinez moving himself up into 6th in the points standings, 134 championship points. It will make that final round very, very close when we go to Franciacorta. But like Jake was saying there, podium presentation about to get underway, and we celebrate our top drivers. And we will listen to the Belgian national anthem in a few moments' time. Remember, Dorisan Langendonk joined the Forza team halfway through the championship, joining them at the Czech Republic, the Steel Ring circuit, under very tricky conditions. It was cold, it was windy, and it was slightly rainy there, drastically different to the conditions that we have here right now, which is still calm, sunny, and hot. But certainly, it has been a fabulous weekend as the cleanup operation gets underway. The podium presentation is about to begin.
What a fantastic battle it has been in the Champions of the Future Euro Series. And now we get to greet the drivers from the junior final here at Cremona. What a brilliant battle it has been. Let's welcome our 3 drivers to the podium. In 3rd position for Ukraine, Alexander Bondarev. A great performance from Bondarev. He now gets himself right into the hunt for the title in 3rd position. In 2nd place for Italy, Jacopo Martinez. A great run from the Italian on home soil as well to get a 2nd position. But your race winner for Belgium, Dries van Langendonk. A brilliant performance from the Forza Racing driver, and please welcome the winning team manager to the podium as well, Jamie Croxford. A great performance from the Forza Racing team, and in deference to our man on the top of the podium, the national anthem for Belgium. Congratulations to our drivers on the podium. We will ask Ennio Gandolfi of the Cremona circuit to present the trophies to our drivers on the podium. Firstly, in 3rd position for Ukraine, Alexander Bondarev. And in 2nd position for Italy, Jacopo Martinez. And to our race-winning driver for Belgium, Dries van Langendonk. And we will also present the winning team manager with the trophy for Forza Racing. Ladies and gentlemen, Jamie Croxford. A hearty congratulations to our 3 junior drivers who now set up a fabulous 4-way title fight heading to Franciacorta in September. It's going to be a great show when we head there. But for now, ladies and gentlemen, we ask our drivers together on the top step of the podium for the joint photograph. Jamie Croxford, you can get in as well, as close to the drivers as possible. But there you are, your trophy winners. Jamie Croxford for Forza Racing, and your 3 drivers, Alexander Bondarev, Jacopo Martinez, and your race winner, Dries van Langendonk. And so as the drivers celebrate with the trophies, they now get to celebrate in a completely different fashion on the podium. The moment that they've been waiting for. Jamie, you might want to scarper, because it's time now for our drivers on the podium to get busy with the fizzy. Congratulations to our 3 juniors. What a final they have given us here in Cremona. And for the first time, Dries van Langendonk will take a brilliant victory. I think it's just about safe enough now to go and have a word with Dries on the top step of the podium. Well done to our drivers. Dries, it has been a fabulous performance out here on performance. Just rotate it. I'll tell you what, we're going to swap positions actually, Dries, because we've got our camera just here as well. Dries, what a fantastic performance from you. You only joined Forza Racing at the beginning of this year. It's been a fantastic renaissance for you to come through. Talk us through a brilliant race here at Cremona.
Yeah, the speed all week was just amazing. Can't thank the team enough. This one was especially for Delano. Yeah, all the final, I was just trying to pressurize Sasha. At the end, he managed to make little mistakes, which managed me to come through, and then I just made consistent pace and good laps, and then P1.
And now a fight for the title heading to Franciacorta in September. You've got a little bit of time off before that. How excited are you for that prospect?
Yeah, Franciacorta is a great track. I think we'll be faster as well. Yeah, we're just going to let the weekend come to us.
Fantastic. Ladies and gentlemen, your race winner at OK Junior, Dries van Langendonk. Congratulations to the OK Junior drivers. We will now switch to the starting grid, where the OK drivers are getting ready for an epic final.
And an epic final it will be. There they are on the dummy grid, ready to get themselves going. And, well, it is certainly going to be an exciting final we're about to see. Luigi Coluccio and Enzo Tarvanechkel dominating the races over the course of the weekend. Both of them having very good results. Luigi Coluccio, though, pole in qualifying and 5 qualifying heat wins. He has certainly been the one to beat. He was beaten in the superheats earlier on today by René Lammers, who took the win. He starts this one on the 2nd row behind Endo Tarvanechkel. Tarvanechkel, though, who took 4 qualifying heat wins and a 2nd place. He qualified 5th. It has certainly been an interesting weekend. But Luigi Coluccio, who has had a dominant performance this weekend, is only 16th in the points classifications in the championship standings. So certainly for him, he's certainly put a good chunk of points towards his name. But he is not one of the contenders for the championship.
Not as it stands at the moment. A lot can change over the course of this weekend and obviously in September at Franciacorta. He certainly has a last gasp effort here to try and change the stars a little bit. But it is interesting, isn't it? Tarvanechkel 5th in the standings. Coluccio not even in the top 8 of the standings coming into this weekend. So it'll be fascinating to see how it all goes. But how are the championship contenders getting on in this one? Well, Alex Powell, the man who came in leading the championship, starts this race from 7th on the grid. Kier Nakamura-Berta, the man who is 2nd, he starts 6th on the grid. And Gabriel Gomez, the man who is 3rd in the championship standings, well, you've got to go all the way down to 27th on the starting grid out of 36. If there was ever going to be a spanner thrown into the works of this Champions of the Future Euro Series OK title fight, it's right here, right now.
Certainly is. This is going to be a final to watch, as the drivers will make their way onto the starting grid in just a moment's time. The superheats earlier on today were very interesting. Tarvanechkel taking the win in his one. René Lammers taking the win in his, the A and B equally. Kian Nakamura-Berta, though, is one I want to keep an eye on because he has made moves all the way throughout this weekend. His qualifying wasn't the best. He qualified 47th. But he certainly came through in the heats. His best result was a third yesterday. Today, it was a second. Can he change that to a first in this final?
It's definitely worth keeping an eye on, isn't it? I have a feeling that the championship contenders leaving here are going to be much tighter together than they were coming into the weekend, because you have a feeling, I think, that, well, Powell and Nakamura-Berta have definitely been strong. If they can find their way to the top three, then they're going to be the two that will obviously go for the main title fight heading to Franciacorta. But if they can't, then it's definitely going to be a lot tighter and a lot closer than it was coming into the weekend. That is for sure. The heat and the incredible battles out on the circuit have definitely risen over the course of the last few hours. 30 degrees Celsius. It's the highest air temperature that we've had at this point of the day all week. So it's definitely much tougher than the drivers and teams have had to cope with in the previous 3 days of competition. So they obviously had a lot of testing on Wednesday. They had their qualifying times and a couple of qualifying heats on Thursday, then 3 races apiece in yesterday's qualifying heats. And now here we are Saturday afternoon, ready for a fabulous battle as you watch the drivers gearing up and getting ready. The likes of Finn McLaughlin and Miguel Costa in the mix there, hoping to get up to speed. What a beautiful part of the countryside this is as well.
He is. That's a nice shot there. Just, you know, your man there sitting at the side of the circuit, umbrella in hand, beautiful view in the background, and a racetrack in front of you. What better weekend could you have than that?
That's the DPK manager, I think. I think that's Senor Rodriguez, I think, who is actually taking shelter under the parasol there. So he's picked the perfect viewing location, out of harm's way, away from everybody, where he can make as much noise and as much excitement as he possibly likes. And he has got a couple of drivers in the field in this one. Kirill Kutskov is obviously going to be there in the middle of the pack. He's had a lot of drivers come into the weekend, but he's not had the best of luck with his team trying to move his way further forward. But certainly, when they get to the next round of the Champions of the Future Euro Series at Franciacorta, you can bet your bottom dollar there's going to be plenty of drivers trying to compete for that one. Already, people are starting to take their viewing gallery positions. And poor Enzo Tavanichkal's mother there on the right side. How stressed has she been this weekend, watching her young man Enzo do the fantastic job that he has done?
Yeah, no, exactly that. I mean, Enzo currently sits 5th in the championship standings. He is 1 point behind Joe Turney, who isn't here this weekend. He's racing in America this weekend, but he is certainly not going to be helping his championship fight. Tavanichkal will take full advantage of that and will take that spot. But it's all about the top 3, Alex Powell, Nakamura-Berta, and Gabriel Gomez. Gomez this weekend, well, I mean, he is a quick driver, but this track has not been kind to him. He is going to be starting this final all the way back on the 14th row.
Yeah, that's a real headache for him. How on earth do you cut through the field in quite so spectacular fashion as we're used to seeing him when there are nowhere near as many overtaking opportunities, nowhere near as many crunch points where you can make massive gains? He's got to hope, really, for some drama in the first couple of laps where he can really start to cut his way through the field and then set off into a bit of a rhythm. He is good at going through the traffic, but the problem is that if you speak to anybody at CRG this week, there's been a lot of long faces in that awning this week. They've not really had the pace they wanted.
But there has been some smiling faces, because all you have to do is just look at the 3rd row. Luis Iglesias, his first showing in the season for CRG, and he starts this one P5.
I mean, for me, Luis Iglesias is the star of the week, without a shadow of a doubt. When you consider that you've got so many competitors here that we are used to seeing them at the front end of the field, you are used to seeing these competitors charging their way forward. And even when drivers have a bad qualifying, they're able to pick up the pieces and storm their way up. To see someone like Luis Iglesias, who has come here as a new boy, straight into the mix, straight into the top 5 in time qualifying, straight into the top 5 in race trim, and hasn't really had a bad day, has not really had one bad race at any point. It's been really impressive to see what Luis Iglesias has actually produced.
Yeah, his worst result over the course of this weekend was a 3rd place finish yesterday. Then the rest of them were all 2nd place finishes. He qualified 9th overall. His worst result would have been his superheat. 5th place he finished in the B superheat, but that means that he starts this one 5th place on the 3rd row of the grid. He has got Kia Nakamura alongside. Crucially, though, he's got Sebastiano Pavan and Luigi Coluccio right in front on that inside line. He is in a good spot here to jump to the front in the early stages of this race.
Well, bon chance, Louis. You'll never have it more gifted opportunity to storm forward in the early stages than now. There is a slight delay in proceedings. We're not entirely sure what the reason for that is, but we should be able to get ourselves up to speed fairly soon indeed. What this does give us a chance to have a talk about, though, is the progress of the drivers in the top 3 of the championship in a bit more finer detail. Alex Powell, this weekend, he's been there or thereabouts, which is not the kind of thing we usually say about Alex Powell. Normally, he is either first or worst in terms of the crack at qualifying, but there he is not exactly made up the numbers, but they haven't really found the one-lap pace yet that they really want to find at Cremona. Obviously, 2 weeks from now, when they race in the European Championship, they'll probably collect the data they've come from here and pursue it on. But if Alex Powell wants a championship trophy, he really wanted to maximise points.
His qualifying pace was just about there. P12 in qualifying for Alex Powell. His best result over the weekend has been a P3 for Alex Powell. He starts this one on the 4th row of the grid in P7. He's got some work to do, but yes, you are correct in saying he was there or thereabouts. He had a 7th place and a 4th place on the first day of racing. Yesterday, a 3rd, 4th, and then a 5th place. The Jamaican driver certainly struggling, but he leads the championship, and he still leads it by quite some way. 196 championship points from Kia Nakamura's 157. Nakamura has certainly got some work to do here.
So if you're going to have a bogey weekend or a bogey final, you may as well do it now when you've got a 39-point advantage over your teammate.
Certainly a good way of doing it.
In the championship. And he's got 41 points on Gabriel Gomez, who you have to feel for him. I mean, he's one of the most popular members of the paddock, Gabriel Gomez. One of those racing drivers in karting who will quite happily get his hands dirty. He'll be one of the drivers who will easily get in amongst the carburetor, in amongst the radiator, in amongst the engine, and on the spanners and on the screws. He wants to know every single element of his car. I actually joked with him and said, it's not going to be like this when you get to cars, you know. They're going to tell you to back off. And he said to me, like hell they will. I want to know every single component of my race car. So I'll do the same thing there as well. Love his attitude, love his discipline. So the drivers and teams make their way to the grid. The OK Senior Final here at Cremona. The drivers from 14 years of age and over, they will battle for supremacy in fantastic fashion. These are the kings and queens of the sport, and this is one of the only forms of motor racing on the planet where men and women really do run equal and in the same level of respect. It's going to be fabulous to see what these guys and girls do in their OK final. 25 laps of the Cremona circuit. Luigi Coluccio, the Italian stallion in the Tony Kart factory operation, alongside the Red Bull young gun from Thailand, Enzo Tarvanichkul, with Sebastiano Pavan, René Lammers, and all the rest of them snapping at their heels. Luigi Coluccio in prime position, hoping to bring the Italian flag onto the top of the podium here in Cremona.
He's certainly got a good chance of getting that done. 5 qualifying heat wins, pole position, 16th in the championship, but he starts this one on pole position on that inside row, and he's got his teammate right behind him to give him a nice bump draft in towards turn number 1. But starting alongside them, though, Enzo Tarvanichkul, who is a driver who's certainly going to be bringing it to him. 4 qualifying heat wins, a 2nd, 5th in qualifying. He sits there in P5 in the championship. He has got a task ahead of him here as he primes himself ready to get going. Cool, calm and collected in his post-race interview yesterday. He has no trouble of knowing what he is about to do, and right there, he looks ready to go racing.
And as the youngest member of the Red Bull Academy as well, he is absolutely loving life. A couple of weeks ago, he was a guest at the Red Bull Ring in the Austrian Grand Prix. Looking forward to what his future could look like 10 years from now. That would be really exciting, wouldn't it, to see yet another member of the Direct Drive World's Best Karting alumni in Grand Prix racing. Sebastiano Pavan, the new tiger within the Italian squad at Tony Kart. There is something about racing in green, white and red when you are from Italy. There is a big passion amongst these karters. When you get to go to Tony Kart, it is a big moment in your career. Sebastiano Pavan has drunk it all in and he has exploded onto the scene. He got a podium finish in the European Championships back in Třinec in the Czech Republic. He has a chance for a win today. That really would be very special indeed for Sebastiano Pavan.
Dominant performance from him over the course of the weekend. 2 qualifying heat wins, 2 second places and a third. He qualified 4th, but will have a good run. But then this driver here, René Lammers, another driver who you've got to keep a close eye on. 3rd overall in qualifying. Brilliant session on the first day. He had 3 qualifying heat wins. It all went P-tong when his rear bumper fell off in the 3rd heat. He finished 22nd after receiving a technical flag. He finished P6 in the other one of his heats. He is certainly wanting to get onto this one. And, of course, he won the Super A race earlier on today. Keep a close eye on him. But then also this driver here, Luis Iglesias, who just gets himself sorted out. And who is he dropping that off to?
Jeremy Iglesias himself.
Yes, he is. So there you can see he's getting himself primed and ready for this one. Luis Iglesias 5th in his B Super Heat.
Do you know what? There is the mark of an amazing talent. Gabriel Gomez, who starts 27th on the grid, has just walked all the way to the front of the starting grid, and he has shaken hands with everybody, every single driver that he's going up against. That is the kind of racing driver Gabriel Gomez is. He's not in this for the rivalry and the bitter ignominy of battle. He's in it for the sporting credence. What about this man, though? Kian Nakamura-Berta for the Prema Racing team, the reigning European champion. He is also a world junior champion in karting as well. He has pretty much won everything there is to win in the world of direct drive karting. He also has his hand in the gearbox world as well. It's a matter of when rather than if Kian Nakamura-Berta will step into the world of Formula 4 in the next 2 years. But certainly he wants to finish his karting career on his terms. Another man you could say that about is the man who is part of the Mercedes F1 Junior stable, Alex Powell from Miami in Florida. He wears the colors of Jamaica as he is very proud of his Caribbean roots, and he is definitely going to be one of those to watch in the race today.
He certainly will be. An up and down performance. He leads the championship, though, still by quite some way, and he is in good steps to gain more championship points in this final. He starts it on the 4th row of the grid. He came 3rd in the Super Heat earlier on today. He was in the B group, and yesterday, well, like we said earlier on, it was a very up and down day. Starting alongside him, though, David Walter, 4th in the A final, in the A Super Heat, I should say. He certainly had a good weekend. Qualifying didn't go his way. 30th in qualifying. He certainly made that up, though, through the qualifying heat. His worst result was a P7. His best result was a 2nd place. That was in his first race yesterday in the qualifying heat. He also had a 5th and a 3rd place finish. So he has been up there in the top 5 area all the way throughout this weekend. He is certainly one to keep a close eye on. But starting alongside him, Martin Molnar. Well, Martin certainly had a good qualifying, 2nd overall, only about 27th in the championship, but has had a good day. 5th and a 2nd on the first day of racing. Yesterday was just about as good. 4th, 6th and a 4th place finish for him. Certainly has been up at the sharp end earlier on today. He also had a good result as well. So keep a very close eye on Martin Molnar, the Energy Course driver in the 270. Starting this one on the 5th row, he will have this man alongside him, Dimitri Matveev, who will have a solid race on this one. He had a solid qualifying as well and a few qualifying heats. He certainly was up the sharp end. Keep an eye on Dimitri. He is certainly a driver you do not want to have behind you going in towards turn 1, I can tell you that.
Certainly isn't. He's only just come back from a rather prolonged state of injury as well. So good to see him making his return to the karting stable, and obviously having to do so midway through the OK Senior season, which he should have had a really decent run of. There is the judge of fact on the starting grid, Ross Upton, just displaying the boards. It's going to be fascinating to see how the contenders will continue to play out. I love the fact that the sticker of appreciation for Dylan Van Toff has been placed on every single one of his marker boards, and I think you're going to see that sticker quite regularly in and around the RGMMC paddock in months to come. Nathan Tye, the man who has steered the ship at Sodikart for the last 3 motor racing seasons. This team was on the verge of collapse. Nathan Tye decided to take a chance with them. In his first season, he visited the factory. They treated him like royalty. He has paid them back in kind with success after success after success as a junior. He steps up in the senior category. He is the Lone Ranger in the Sodikart factory team on the grid this time. He's definitely going to have a very tough mission of it. Speaking of Lone Rangers, the only one of the Energy Course drivers to match Martin Molnar for speed is Thomas Stolchamanis. The two of them have really raised the game of the Energy Course factory outfit. Mick Panagada and the crew are very impressed with what Martin and Thomas have done over these last few months. They've definitely put in some great displays. Here is the man who was last year's European Junior Champion. He'll only have that honor for another 2 weeks before he hands it to somebody else. But Anatoly Kivalkin for Paralin Motorsport has stepped up to the senior category in fine fashion, and he looks very strong over the course of this weekend. He has put on a brilliant display, so he will try and continue that incredible form as he moves his way up the ranks. Alongside him on the starting grid, it is going to be the young man for Sweden in the Ward Racing team. What a brilliant performance this weekend it has been for young Leo Nilsson. He was so strong in time qualifying, found himself on the second row of the grid for every race he started, has had his difficulties, but he's still very much in contention, still on the verge of the top 10. So do not count Leo Nilsson out. He will have an opportunity and he will take it.
He certainly will. The 1 minute board goes up at the start of the grid. This race is about to get underway. Some drivers already seated, some drivers still standing up, ready to get themselves going for this race. You can imagine the tension starting to build, the championship getting ever closer, but Alex Powell certainly, all he needs to do here is just keep it nice and clean and bring it to the end of this race. It is certainly going to be an exciting one. The longest race we are going to see throughout the course of this weekend. 25-lap final. One of 36 of these drivers is about to see the checkered flag.
And that will be a distance of 30.25 kilometers. It is tough stuff for these drivers. It doesn't sound like much in the grand scheme of things, but when you consider that these young men and women are just a couple of millimeters off the floor in speeds of these karts comparable to the top sports cars on the road, that will give you an appreciation of just how fast these young men and women are working. So, Luigi Coluccio, Enzo Tarvanichko, Sebastiano Pavan, René Lammers, Louis Iglesias, Kian Nakamura-Berta, Alex Powell and David Walter, Martin Molnar and Dimitri Matveev from Nathan Ty and Thomas Stolchmanis, Anatoly Kivalkin and Leo Nilsson, Mark Dubnitsky and Kirill Kutskov from Finn McLaughlin and Emanuele Olivieri. Liverweight Sam Budler starts in front of Miguel Costa and Mattia Kolnagi, Alex Bogunovic and Jan Pashrovsky, Xavier Avramides and Ian Eichmans, Gabriel Gomez and Teresa Babichkova, Gazi Motlakar and Arthur Poulain from Simone Bianco, Nicolo Kuman, Emili Koivisto, Matthias Morgato, Dante Vinci and Francisco Macedo. There is one non-starter, and that is Thomas Strauven, who with rib discomfort has elected to pull out of the final. Very unfortunate indeed for Thomas, but we wish you all the very best and hope that you'll be back up to strength when the OK and OK Junior drivers return 2 weeks from now at Cremona for the European Championships.
Yeah, well said. He was a very quick driver earlier on in the weekend. Certainly is a shame to not see him out there. He did take a heat win as well, but it was the final race where, unfortunately, he had to call it. He pulled it into the pit lane and retired from his last qualifying heat yesterday and did not take part in anything today. So we do wish him all the best. The final of the warm-up laps then about to get underway as drivers will now start to get themselves formed up for this one. Like we were saying, 25 laps this final, 35 drivers in total taking to the track. And, well, we are looking forward to this one. Pal, who leads the championship, starts it on the 4th row. Nakamura-Berta, who's second in the championship, starts it on the 3rd row. Both of them, I suspect, will be on the charge to try and catch up to their teammate, who starts it on the front row, Enzo Tarvanechko. But Luigi Coluccio, Sebastiano Pavan for Tony Kart will have something to say about that. René Lammers for Paralin will have something to say about that. And Louis Iglesias for CRG will have something to say about that. It is an action-packed top few rows on that one. Several teams involved in the top fray. And, well, who is going to take it? It is certainly going to be a run to the line.
We don't exactly have wild cards in the Champions of the Future Euro Series, but if we did, Louis Iglesias would absolutely be the leader of them as he prepares for battle on the 3rd row of the grid. But it's Tony Kart and Prema front row, a Tony Kart and Paralin 2nd row, then the CRG, the Prema and the Koski. This is going to be a fabulous final as the drivers make their way out of the final turn into the 2 tram lines. And we are getting ready for race action here at Cremona. We're racing up to the first corner. Brilliant start from Tarvanichko. He's going to lead into turn 1. Not a lot Coluccio can do about that as Tarvanichko hits the front. You may not see which way he went with his platform, but as they work their way through, several cars going up, including Powell. Powell is one of them. The championship leader, Alex Powell, is out of the race on turn 3.
Oh, and there's heavy damage everywhere. Several karts off the grid, and that's just gone completely wrong. Powell is one of them. Martin Molnar is one of them as well. Disaster for him. Kutskov is one of them. McLaughlin, Oliveri,
Babichkova's there as well.
Yeah. They've half the grid again. They've all gone off, and there's heavy damage to some of them. I've seen airboxes flying through the air as well.
Oh my goodness, what? And there's more problems! More problems, that's René Lammers! Lammers and Iglesias! Lammers and Iglesias have tangled on the opening lap! René Lammers and Louis Iglesias now fall out on the first lap. The most dramatic of opening laps in the senior category you could ever have predicted.
Wow.
So now we've got Tarvinichko, Coluccio, Pavan, Nakamura, Berta and Walter.
Well, at this moment in time, that is not the best start to any race that you want to see, but it's certainly allowed the two Premers and the two Tony karts to break away now from the rest of the field. David Walter, who sits another further 2.5 seconds further down the road for the battle for P5. He's got Eichmann, Kavalkin, Stochimanis, McVive, Costa all in that battle. But it is, like you say, Tarvinichko, Coluccio, Pavan and Nakamura Berta, the top 4 at the moment. And instantly, Nakamura Berta is on the back of Pavan and he's fighting for 3rd place.
Well, this blows the championship fight a little bit more open because that massive lead that Alex Powell had is now going to be cut in half as Nakamura Berta tries to get through on the inside of Sebastiano Pavan for 3rd position. He can't get through for the moment, but it's only a matter of time before he sees the opportunity. So a big challenge up front. It's 2 Premers and 2 Tony karts battling away for the victory in the final. 5th place is Walter. Then it is Eichmann, Stalgimanis, Kavalkin, Matviv, Costa, Motlakar, Macedo. Unbelievable that Macedo is there in 12. There is the move from Nakamura Berta. He does get through in a 3rd place now past Pavan. And through all of that, Gabriel Gomez has gone from 27th on the grid to 13th. He has survived the melee. He could actually get himself into the top 10 here.
He could. And, well, Nakamura Berta is looking for a top 1 finish in this one as he moves out up into 3rd place. Pavan on the back foot now as he tries to latch onto the back of this one. Coluccio is there behind Tarvinichko and he is slowly reeling in Tarvinichko, but it's still a long way to go in this race. Well, then retirements from this race. Let's take you through them. René Lammers retiring, Louis Iglesias retiring, Powell retiring, Molnar, Nathan Ty, Kutskov, McLaughlin, Oliveri, Bogunovic and Teresa Babichkova all retiring. Listen to the names that I've just said. That is outstanding.
Yeah, we've had multiple winners and champions taken out in that first incident. Let's look at it again. So look at the start from Tarvinichko around the outside. Absolutely beautiful. Coluccio has to be on the back foot. Lammers trying to cut through there in a 3rd position, which he does. He goes for the move. Now, where does it all start? It's about here. Down to the braking zone. Bang. They just all drift around.
It was hard to pick it up there. I think just the concertina effect and everyone at the back had nowhere to go.
My goodness, that is the worst kind of karting accident on the first lap as multiple drivers get taken out of it. Multiple drivers trying to restart, none of them managing to. There's an airbox going wide. And then there's Lammers and Iglesias toppling over each other.
Well, it looked like Iglesias there just sending it down the inside through the infield hairpin there of turn 11. And, well, there you go. That just shows there Lammers immediately wanting to get back into the fray. Iglesias just a bit dubious there to, what do I do here? What do I do? Do I grab my car or do I not?
Well, all of them out of the race. Lammers, Iglesias, Powell, Molnar, Ty, Kutskov, McLaughlin, Bogunovic, Olivieri and Babichkova. They are not slow drivers. They are all podium finishers, all race winners, and they've all gone.
Well, 20 laps to go in this race. Half the grid gone, but eyes will be on these top 4 as right now Nakamura Berta is closing in on Coluccio here. The Tony kart's not looking that quick in this final. The Premers certainly have got the waft here on the 2 of them, and Nakamura Berta is looking for a few more championship points here as he latches onto that rear bumper.
And Nakamura Berta has absolutely figured out that this is a golden opportunity to move up to fight for the title fight in the Champions of the Future Euro Series. He's now looking at 179 points tally if he stays where he is. If he gets past Coluccio, that's going to be even closer to Alex Powell's 196, which he will now not improve on. So here comes Nakamura Berta, right in behind Coluccio. Is this going to be the move? Not yet. Just wait for the opportunity. Surely down at the hairpin on the way into the pit straight. This is where Nakamura Berta's going to size it up. Coluccio's going to be there. Good exit off the turn from Nakamura Berta. Down to the braking zone for the hairpin. Launches and ignites the move. Second position for Nakamura Berta. Perfect.
Yeah, nicely timed there through the turn 8 hairpin. Just sends it down the inside. Absolutely nothing Coluccio could do there. And now slots down into third place. And I've got to say, Pavan now starting to close back in. David Walter has closed back in as well. The top 4, they had a great getaway. But now, David Walter in the Koski is starting to close in. He is right there behind. He's bringing Stolchamanis, he's bringing Kavelkin and Eichmann and Matviev along for the ride as well. But Nakamura Berta, who's there now in second place, will start to hunt down his fellow teammate as they go through yellow flags. You were Loveways and Budler.
There's more problems.
Yeah, I'd say there's yellow flags off at the turn 5 hairpin. I can't quite see what's happened. There was a marshal on the runoff of the circuit.
Oh, that is Dimitri Matveev.
Oh,
that is
yes.
Matveev. He's gone off at turn 2, so that's another big name to tumble by the wayside. So Dimitri Matveev goes off into the barriers, and there's damage to another of his competitors. That looks like Xavier Avramidis has tangled in with the Tony kart of the 244 of Jan Petrovsky.
There are karts falling out of this race left, right and centre. What is going on? They're all on fresh tyres. You can't put it down on that one, or maybe you could put it down on that one. There's so much grip out there that everyone is just finding it just that little bit too challenging.
So now we have only got 23 drivers, I think, still running this race. No, 22 with Mark Dubnitsky, so that is incredible. 36 drivers were due to start it. There are only 22 of them actually doing so, because Matveev is now out, so is Petrovsky, and so is the Australian Xavier Avramidis, as Walter makes his bid on Pavan and gets through. So David Walter now into 4th position. Wait for his firecracker power. He is going to be right on the back of Luigi Coluccio, and suddenly there might not be a single Tony Kart on the podium.
Well, that would be a disaster for the Tony Kart team, the Italian team who have worked so hard over the course of this weekend, with Luigi Coluccio dominating the qualifying heats. Right now, he is latching on to the last spot on the podium there in P3, but David Walter for the Koski Motorsport team is eyeing up a podium here. It is in his grasp. It is only a couple of tenths further up the road, and all it needs to do is get past Luigi Coluccio. Down they go in towards turn number 8, the hairpin at the far end of the circuit, where we have seen a lot of incidents over the course of the weekend as well, with drivers sending it down the inside. But this time around, no moves happening as we now go into the snail section.
I mean, it's quite incredible when you think that with that big an accident, the race didn't need to be either stopped or even put under full course yellows. It's a full credit to Martin Bean, Gonzalo Planta, and the entirety of the Marshals team here. They managed to keep the track green and clean incredibly quickly after such a multiple kart incident. So we are able to have a full, proper race. I don't think the drivers that were involved in the incident are going to feel the same way, but they are the ones that got caught out. So, Tarvanichkul leads Nakamura Berta in front of Coluccio, the tie in front of the British-Japanese driver, and then the Italian. Is there going to be Italians on the podium in both races? Not if David Walter's got anything to say about it. He comes from a billion yards back and manages to sweep in again into 3rd.
Nice little dive down the inside. I was literally talking about that the lap ago, of sending it down the inside through turn 8, and David Walter gives us a perfect example of that. And now both the teammates there, Luigi Coluccio and Sebastiano Pavan, are going to have to squabble amongst themselves here, because they're going to think, right, well, I want to finish on the podium here. It's not happening for you. It might happen for me. Can I have a go now at trying to give it a go? And Pavan is all over that rear bumper of Coluccio as they go down in towards turn number 2 now. Very tight here. This is where it all went wrong in the early stages of the race, but again, he can't quite get the move done through this section. They'll go into the chicane now through turn 6, round turn 7, onto the back straight now. This is the best opportunity you've got for a lunge down the inside in towards turn number 8, and you don't see one this time around. The two drivers staying line astern. And crucially, Thomas Stolchamanis won't be liking that, because he's right there just behind, waiting for a move to happen for him to be able to latch onto the back of these and close the gap.
Very true. The Latvian wants there to be a little bit of banter between these two. Sebastiano Pavan may as well go for it on Luigi Coluccio. He's ahead of him in the championship standings. He isn't in the fight for the title as such, but he's got a much better chance of being there than Luigi Coluccio does. So Pavan, what do? Do you go after the sorcerer, or do you just act like a good little apprentice and just sit back and let the team leader run in 4th position? No, you challenge him. That's exactly what you do in the world of karting. There is no team orders in the world of karting, and another driver sat on the sidelines that could be part of this battle. Leon Nielsen now retires from the race. So Leon Nielsen down to 22nd in the rankings, out of this race as well. Very unfortunate indeed, as Pavan continues to chip away at Luigi Coluccio in 4th position.
There are 21 karts remaining in this race out of the 36 that started. That is a huge chunk. And we were thinking that the junior drivers over the course of this weekend were giving us exciting races and, you know, lots of retirements. That does put nothing on the senior drivers in this one. Certainly a very interesting race, but you know, these sort of races, they do happen. You get those sort of incidents, the big pile-ups. It is a tight circuit. I think the smallest part of the circuit, it's 8 meters wide. The largest part over the start-finish lane is 10 meters wide. So there is those little dips and changes there, as we saw Leo Nielsen off the track and in the sidelines. He also just received a warning flag, and that comes with a 5-second time penalty. There is Dmitry Matviev, who was off the side of the circuit at turn number 2, and Javier Ramirez, who was also off the track as well, who certainly wasn't liking that one. The 244 of Jan Petrovsky out of the race and at the sidelines, and there is Leo Nielsen, who unfortunately has just picked up that warning flag.
It's just flotsam and jetsam all over the circuit, isn't it? Absolutely incredible that the race has played out this way, and it sends a warning message to the drivers ahead of the European Championships here in 2 weeks' time. You better behave better in front of the FIA, because they will absolutely throw the book at it. So it could be interesting.
A big book.
That is a very big book.
Yeah.
So Tarvin Ichgul, half a second now in front of Nakamura Berta. Are we about to get civil war at Prema? I think we might do, because Nakamura Berta will want to take a victory knowing that his teammate Alex Powell is on the sidelines, and Nakamura Berta can close right up in the title fight. Nakamura Berta is currently on 184 compared to Powell on 196. If he can catch and pass his teammate and get through to the victory, they will pretty much be close to dead level. There will only be a couple of points in it between the two title contenders. So Nakamura Berta is absolutely going after Enzo Tarmanichkul. They've completed 15 laps. They've got 10 to go. He's got plenty of time and nothing to lose.
To put it into context, that last lap, Tarmanichkul was purple sector 1, Nakamura Berta was purple sector 2 and 3, and Nakamura Berta set the fastest lap of the race, 47.968. He's definitely closing in on his teammate, but I mean, Tarvin Ichgul, yes, okay, he is leading this race. He is doing exactly what he needs to do. He sits 4th in the championship standings, 141 points. Nakamura Berta, who is 2nd in the championship, he most definitely wants those extra points to his name, but so does Tarvin Ichgul. Yes, they are teammates. Yes, they are great at the job that they do, which is kart racing. But between the two of them here, I reckon it is going to be a 2-horse race to the end.
Do you know what this all tells me, actually? In 3rd position at the moment is David Walter for the Koski Motorsport team. He has been quietly getting on with this. He's worked his way past the Tony Karts. He's worked his way past everybody bar the Premers. The only thing that's really held David Walter back this weekend was a poor qualifying performance. If they get it right in 2 weeks' time, there's no reason at all why David Walter and the Koski Motorsport team cannot challenge for the win in the final 2 weeks from now in Cremona. I mean, they're only in 3rd position now. The Danish driver's done a fantastic job to get himself into a podium position. In 2 weeks from now, if they fix their qualifying form, he's absolutely a contender.
Exactly. Qualifying is very important over the course of a weekend. Yes, drivers could feel like they can say, oh, you can sit back in that one, make it up in there, do that. Yes, you're right, but it means a lot of work. It means using your tyres through that time, and of course it all falls down to the superheats where you get some more championship points. But for him, yeah, you're right, a bad qualifying certainly did cover his weekend, but like you're saying, he could come back in 2 weeks' time and improve that one. But right now, do I say he's latching onto the back of the two in front? No, I don't think he is. Those two have driven off, but Coluccio and Pavan are still right there behind him. The battle for 3rd has not disappeared just yet.
The Brazilian karting fan base are having an absolute nightmare of a day, even though all 3 of their big names, Miguel Costa, Gabriel Gomez and Matias Morgato, are still in the running because they're outside the top 10, despite all of the badinage and craziness that has happened in this race so far. Miguel Costa is down in 12th. Gabriel Gomez is in 14th, and the world champion from last year, Matias Morgato, is only 15th, so they are really struggling, and you would expect, with the fact that we've got 21 drivers still running in the race and a full contingency of 15 retirements or non-starters, that the three Brazilian drivers there, Costa, Gomez and Morgado, would absolutely be towards the sharp end, but they're just not. They've had a very tricky final here.
Yeah, exactly. And like you say, you can put that down on the circuit. It is a very technical circuit, very demanding. We go on to the widest point now. And, you know, a lap around here, very, very quick. It's very fast. Turn 1 and 2, nearly, I think it's nearly flat out for a lot of these drivers. They can just send it round the corner. There's so much grip out there. Slight braking for 3 and 4. This has been the pinch point of the circuit while they go into 5. It's where all the accidents have happened. The fast chicane here of turn 6 and 7 as you go onto the back straight. Down the back straight now as they go into the heavy braking zone of turn number 8. Very fast sweeping, slightly cambered apex there to turn number 8. Very, very fast section of track, but then you go into the tight, twisty section of Sector 3, and that's where it all goes wrong. This battle further back, though, is certainly very interesting. Gazi Motlaka, who is there in 9th place, has got Francisco Macedo, Nicolo Coman, and Miguel Costa just behind. That battle is far from over.
Certainly is. Nicolo Coman ramping up the battles there to try and work his way forward. So Nicolo Coman trying to get the move on Macedo down the main straight. This is an absolute Rosberg versus Hamilton, isn't it? These two are absolute masters of their craft. They're running out in front. They are trading fastest laps, and they are battling to try and outsmart the other over the course of the race. Back down here in the fight for 9th, and Gazi Motlaka, the young man from Mozambique, still very much an active force in this one. He has been one of the beneficiaries of the incidents around him, and he is absolutely in that top 10, deserving of decent points from the final. Up the inside, Macedo tries. He was not close enough, and that's going to back him into the warpath as here comes Nicolo Coman, who has been one of the kings of the fast lap over the course of the last 18 months in the OK category. Can he zip up the inside of Macedo? He's not quite close enough to commit to the move. Miguel Costa right there in 12th as well. Watch out for Mattia Colnaghi in the CRG behind him. And then you've got Gomez and Morgado, the two Brazilian superstars, 14th and 15th place. Again, Nakamura Roberta closes the gap down a little bit on Enzo Tarvanichka with another new fastest lap. They're now in the 47.8s up front. The only driver that can even get close to them on lap times is David Walter on a 48 flat. But these two absolutely pushing it. Tarvanichka trying to get away. Nakamura Roberta trying to get him to make the mistake.
This is going to end up in a battle here. I can just feel it. Nakamura Roberta is going to send it at a corner where I don't think any of us are going to expect it, because Tarvanichka will be checking over his shoulder, I suspect, any point now. No, he doesn't. He stays looking ahead. He's focused on what's going on in front of him.
Good boy.
He doesn't want to focus on what's going on behind. Little wide there through the first corner and the second. Misses both the apexes there by the looks of it, taking the slightly wider line. That allows Nakamura Roberta to close in just that fraction more. And you can see that Nakamura Roberta is just clipping those apex a little bit tighter than what Tarvanichka is. And again, he could fall down to that. They're just maintaining these tyres. Remember, brand new tyres. It's very hot out here. It is very easy to blister a tyre if you push it too hard too soon. But right now, between these two of them, so close, absolutely dancing their way around this circuit between the two of them. And it is a symphony of beauty.
It can be so tempting to look behind you at what the driver is doing behind, but that is an invitation for Kia Nakamura Roberta to get up the inside. There is a quick check over the shoulder for Enzo Tarvanichka. Don't do it again. Keep it going. Just keep pushing. Dig deep. Find a qualifying lap. You've only got 2 laps to go here, and the man behind you is absolutely going to be one of those drivers that will gung-ho and try it. He really wants to take a victory. Kia Nakamura Roberta won his World Junior title by finishing 2nd on the road. It was gifted to him when Freddie Slater had his front fairing penalty. He won the European Championship last year through consistency, podiums every time, but not quite the win. So if anybody's going to want to win when the chance is there, it's Nakamura Roberta more than anybody else out there. He will really push it. Of course, Enzo Tarvanichka is no stranger to victory in the FIA karting world, but in Champions of the Future, it has been lacking a little bit. But he bowed out of Junior last year as the world champion, so it's game on between the two of them. Do not blink, do not force the mistake, make it happen. 1 lap to go.
Here we go then, gaps 0.3 of a second as we take these drivers round the final lap. Tarvanichka and Nakamura Roberta, the 2 Prema drivers right now who are fighting for the championship, but not the championship lead, because that's the other Prema driver who's out of this race, Alex Powell, who still leads that one. But between these two, there is only a few more corners to negotiate, and right now Tarvanichka just keeps checking over the shoulder, and there goes Nakamura Roberta to the inside. There was a slight bit of contact between the two of them, but Nakamura Roberta was 1 attempt, and it didn't work.
No, you don't, sir, says Enzo Tarvanichka. Nice try, but you're going to have to catch me on a much sleepier day to catch me out. Brilliant racing with the two of them. Well done to Nakamura Berta for giving it a try. But Enzo Tarnvanichkul hangs on and keeps the win. He dominates at Cremona in fabulous fashion. Pushed all the way by Kia Nakamura Berta. What a great battle, and look at that, the handshake between the teammates. He gave it everything, Nakamura Berta. He had to try. He's a racing driver. It was hard, it was firm, it was fair. But you know what? Enzo Tarvanichkul held it off. Absolutely magic.
Solid result for Prema Racing then. 2 of their drivers on the podium. But what can you say about P3? Koski Motorsport, the Danish driver, David Walter, rounding out the podium. 5 positions gained in that race. A solid drive from him, getting past Luigi Coluccio and Sebastiano Pavan in that race to gain that podium. He certainly had a tough fight, but there, your 2 drivers on this one, Enzo Tarvanichkul and Kia Nakamura Berta. What a final fight between those 2. And yes, you are correct in saying that Nakamura Berta had to go for that move. You know, once a racing driver, always a racing driver. If you see a gap, you got to go for it. And that's exactly what he did in towards turn number 8. It didn't work out for him, but luckily, thankfully, it didn't wipe the 2 drivers out.
What brilliant racing that was. Enzo Tarvanichkul takes the win from Kia Nakamura Berta. David Walter, a worthy podium finisher from Coluccio, Pavan and Thomas Stalchemanis, Anatoly Kavalkin, Ian Eichmans, Gazi Motlakar, Francisco Macedo, Nicolo Kuman, Miguel Costa, Mattia Kilnagi, Gabriel Gomez and Matthias Morgato. And then Liverway Sam Budler in front of Arthur Poulain, Dante Vinci, Simone Bianco, Emili Koivisto and Mark Dubnitsky. And that, incredibly, is that. There were 36 drivers queued up to start. 35 of them took the start when Thomas Strauven elected not to. But by the end of the first lap, we had already lost Lammers, Iglesias, Powell, Molnar, Ty, Kutzkov, McLaughlin, Oliveira, Bogdanovic and Babichkova. We also lost Avramides, Bashrovsky and Matveev in similar incidents. And Leo Nilsson 3 laps after that. What a shocker. What a final. What a finale it is going to be in a few weeks' time when the Champions of the Future tees up at Franciacorta, just down the road from here. That is absolutely incredible. To the highlights of an absolute thriller of an OK senior final. Tarvanichkul absolutely hoodwinking Luigi Coluccio at the start round the outside. It was all fun and games for the field until they came to turn 3. Who touched who first is not important. What is that over a dozen drivers were caught out and 9 of them were out by the end of the first lap.
Heavy damage to many and so much dust kicked up onto the circuit. It made it a challenge for the rest of the grid when they next came round. It certainly made it interesting as the battles continued on. Sebastiano Pavan, who held on for dear life to hold on to that 3rd place spot. That moment there, though, Luis Iglesias and Rene Lammers, who went off the circuit in turn number 11. The 2 of them out of the race. And again, so many big names out early on. That was the moment that Nakamura Berta got the 2nd place spot from Luigi Coluccio, who unfortunately dropped out the race. Well, he didn't drop out the race, dropped down further in the order. There we saw the several more retirements. And I'm not sure why these ones retired. Were they breakdowns or were they collisions? Because they were spread out all over the first sector.
Matveev, Pestrovsky and Avramides all out of luck. Leo Nilsson would eventually join them. David Walter picking up the pieces, though, in the early stages to assault his way through the Tony Karts into 3rd position. A great performance from the Dane. Leo Nilsson could have had so much more. The final lap, a big, big move from Kia Nakamura Berta to try his luck, but he couldn't take on his teammate, Enzo Tarvanichkul, who takes a beautiful victory here at Cremona. Brilliant racing from the Prema pair, and a very sportsmanlike conduct it was too. Absolutely magic. That is what motorsport, that is what karting, that is what the duel for perfection is all about. They really gave 10 tenths all the way through the weekend. And that move from Nakamura Berta, heart in mouth stuff, but fair play to him. He really went for it. He had the gap. He saw an opportunity. He didn't take his teammate out. He just forced the issue. Enzo Tarvanichkul decided, nope, you're not having this one. That's proper racing.
That is proper racing. The cleanup job happens then out on circuit. Several karts to bring back to Parc Fermé. But your top 3 make their way to the podium now as they get driven down the main straight. They get themselves sorted out and ready to determine who will be on that top spot. Well, we know who's going to be on that top spot. Enzo Tarvanichkul Kian Nakamura and David Walter, the three of them, an absolutely brilliant race between the three of them. But that last-ditch attempt there from Nakamura, certainly heart-in-mouth moment for, I think, everyone watching at home, everyone at the circuit, and I think everyone in the Prema tent as well. Certainly a very exciting final, but not the final that a lot of drivers wouldn't want. Remember, 36 of them started that final. Only 21 finished the final. Several drivers making positions. Luckily for the drivers at the back of the grid, they were able to get several positions gained through that race, with several drivers gaining so many positions. Biggest one, Francisco Macedo, 26 positions gained. He finished in the top 10. The CRG driver from Portugal certainly having a fantastic weekend. The same can be said for many other drivers as well. Matheus Morgato, the Brazilian driver who finished in P15 after gaining 19 positions. The same for Dante Vinci, also finishing in 18th place, gaining 17 positions. It was a fantastic final for the rest of the karts, but like we say, for the majority of the field, Leon Nielsen, Dmitry Matviev, Jan Petrovsky, Javier Mendes, Rene Lammers, Louis Iglesias, Alex Powell, Martin Molnar, Nathan Ty, Kirill Kutskov, Finn McLaughlin, Emanuele Oliveri, Alexander Boganovic, and Teresa Babichkova, all not finishing the race. The championship, though, couldn't be any closer going into the final round at Franciacorta in a few weeks' time. Alex Powell leads it with 196 points from Kian Nakamura-Berta's 184 championship points. It's very close. Here we go, though, the podium coming up in just a moment's time.
What a sensational final we have been treated to here at the Circuit Angelo Bergamonte. Cremona really has risen to the occasion in the fourth race of the Champions of the Future Euro Series 2023. And now our three worthy drivers will make their way to the rostrum. What an amazing spectacle. In third position for Denmark, David Walter. What a comeback from David Walter, one of the stars of the week. He absolutely deserves his place on the podium. In second position for Great Britain, Kian Nakamura-Berta. A great charge back after difficult qualifying. He has absolutely stormed his way back to supremacy. But at the front end of the field, the race winner from Thailand, Enzo Turnbull. And he brings Kare to the podium as well. Great to see him there. We also welcome the winning team manager for Prema Racing SRL, Dmitry Belousov. And in deference to our driver on the top step of the podium, the national anthem for Thailand. Congratulations to our drivers. We will ask once again Ennio Gandolfi of the Circuit Angelo Bergamonte here at Cremona to present the trophies. In third position for Denmark, David Walter. And in second position for the United Kingdom, Kian Nakamura-Berta. But your race winner here in Cremona for Thailand, Enzo Turnbull. And finally, we present the trophy to the winning team manager for Prema Racing SRL. Congratulations, Dmitry Belousov. So a hearty congratulations to our drivers on the rostrum. We invite them all to go together on the podium with their trophies. And I'm sure Kare will have a part of the picture as well. There we are, ladies and gentlemen, to Dmitry Belousov, team manager at Prema. Hearty congratulations as well to our drivers, David Walter, Kian Nakamura-Berta, and your race winner, Enzo Turnbull. And now comes the moment of the celebration all three drivers have been waiting for. Dmitry, you might want to get Kare out of the podium at this point because he's going to get a little bit wet. It's time once again in the Cremona sunshine to get busy with the fizzy. A proper drenching for our 3 drivers here in the Cremona sun on a Saturday afternoon after an amazing drive. Sorry to all the parents. That's going to be some very big laundry bills. Well done to everybody. I'm going to get in there and have a word with our race-winning driver for the Prema Racing team. Enzo, come and join me back on the podium once again, mate. Up on the top spot. Enzo, just an astonishing week. It started right in from qualifying in P5, but every qualifying heat you were either first or second, and then coming through to today, you just carried it on. How has it been from your side?
I mean, throughout the heats we were always fast, so that was always something that we had on our side. And then I think the whole time we had good speed, and in the final, every lap I was looking behind and I saw Keane slowly closing in, but at the end I'm happy to get the best result possible.
It's been a tough start to the year for you in the OK Senior, but now coming through for the victory, what does this do to you for the rest of the year in terms of your confidence increase?
Well, I mean, we always knew that we had the speed. It's just that I never really put the weekend together. I would make mistakes that I shouldn't have made. But anyways, now we've obviously done one good weekend, and that we just have to continue.
Fantastic work. Great job, and congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, Enzo Tarvinichku. And, well, there is where we wrap things up for the Champions of the Future Euro Series Round 3 2023. My goodness me, has it been exciting. There is one round still to go at Franciacorta, just down the road from here. But the drivers and teams can take a little bit of a break as they will come back in September to Northern Italy for the final round of the Champions of the Future Euro Series. A big thank you to my colleagues, Anthony Jordan and the rest of the RGMMC crew, from Jake Sanson here on the top step of the podium at Cremona. It has been fantastic. We will see you in Franciacorta. Ciao for now.